They say the devil tempts, but the reaper, he collects. Deep in the Vatican archives, there exists no department for demonic possession, but there is one for debt management, not money. Souls. I was an archivist. I believed evil wore horns and spoke in tongues. Then I found the ledger. 700 years of names, dates, negotiations. The church doesn't fight death. It bargains with him, and every 50 years, the seal must be renewed. Last month, it cracked. They promoted me to silence. But you need to know the Vatican doesn't fear damnation. They fear the bill coming due. There are books in the Vatican that are never finished, only continued. My name is Elena Voss, and I've worked as a senior archivist in the Apostolic Archives for 9 years. I'm Austrian by birth, but Rome has become my home. Specifically, the climate-controlled chambers beneath the Vatican, where we preserve the Church's written memory. My specialization is medieval sacramental records, baptismal registers, marriage documents, death certificates. The paperwork of faith, spanning centuries. In November of 2024, I was assigned to catalog a collection of 14th century manuscripts, recently transferred from the Basilica di Santa Maria Maggiore. Routine work, photographing each page, documenting condition, cross-referencing dates and locations. Most were parish records, beautifully illuminated, but unremarkable in content. The ledger arrived in my workspace on a Tuesday morning. It was bound in black leather, unmarked, roughly 30 centimeters tall. The pages were vellum, yellowed, but intact. No title page, no attribution. I opened it carefully and found the first entry dated the 7th of March, 1348, the height of the Black Death. Each page contained names, dates, and locations, all written in Latin, in a formal scribal hand. I recognized the format immediately. Records of extreme unction, the last rites administered to the dying. Parish priests kept such records to document their sacramental duties. This one appeared to cover Rome and the surrounding territories. What struck me first was the precision. Not just names and dates, but times noted to the hour, sometimes to the minute. Giovanna Marcelli, Via della Longara, 7th of March, 1348, Tertia Ora, the 3rd hour, roughly 9 in the morning. Hundreds of entries, each meticulously timed. I began the standard cataloging process, photographing each page, entering the data into our digital system. The work was meditative, peaceful. I'd processed dozens of similar ledgers over the years, but as I moved through the book, I noticed something unusual. The handwriting changed, not dramatically, but noticeably. The early entries were in one hand, elegant, controlled, the work of a trained scribe. But around page 50, a different hand appeared. Same format, same Latin, but the letter formations were distinct. Then, another hand, and another. As if multiple scribes had maintained the ledger over time. This wasn't unusual in itself. Sacramental records were often maintained by successive priests, but the transitions were seamless. No gaps in dates, no overlapping entries. Each new scribe seemed to pick up exactly where the previous one had stopped. I finished cataloging the first 200 pages by late afternoon. Before leaving, I followed protocol and secured the ledger in the vault, a climate-controlled safe where we store fragile materials overnight. I locked it myself, noting the time in the log 1743. The next morning, I retrieved the ledger at 8:30. I opened it to continue where I'd left off, page 201, and stopped. There were new entries, 3 names I hadn't seen yesterday, written in fresh ink, not aged, not oxidized, but recent. The dates were from yesterday, November 13th, 2024. The locations were in Rome. The times were specific. 1 at 1420, 1 at 1935, 1 at 22:08. I checked my photographs from yesterday. The last entry I cataloged was dated November 12th. These 3 entries hadn't existed when I locked the vault. My first thought was contamination. Someone had accessed the ledger and added entries as a prank or test. But the vault required 2 keys, held by separate custodians. The log showed no access between my departure and arrival, and the handwriting matched the most recent scribe's hand perfectly, down to the slight rightward slant, and the distinctive crossed is. I photographed the new entries, then continued cataloging. By afternoon, I'd reached page 250. The entries now showed dates from the 1990s, then the 2000s. The ledger should have ended centuries ago, yet it continued. The vellum was consistent throughout, same texture, same aging pattern, impossible to have been added recently. I worked until 1800 hours, then secured the ledger again. This time, I made a subtle mark, a tiny pencil dot on the page where I'd stopped, a test. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those 3 names from November 13th, specific times, specific locations. I opened my laptop and searched Italian obituaries. I found all 3. Giovanna Moretti, aged 79, died at home on Via Cavour, time of death, 1420. Carlo Rossini, aged 44, died in hospital on Via del Corso, time of death, 1935. Anna Benedetti, aged 61, died in her apartment near the Colosseum, time of death, 22:08. Exact matches. Names, locations, times. The ledger hadn't recorded last rites that had already occurred. It had predicted deaths that hadn't happened yet when the entries were written, or it had documented them at the exact moment of occurrence, updating itself from miles away. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke with absolute clarity. I needed to see the ledger now. I dressed and took a taxi to the Vatican, using my after-hours access to enter the archives. The night guard, Pietro, waved me through, not uncommon for archivists working odd hours on time-sensitive projects. The vault was undisturbed. I unlocked it and removed the ledger. My pencil mark was still there, exactly where I'd left it. But there were 4 new entries below it. November 14th. Today's date. 4 names, 4 locations in Rome, 4 specific times. The last entry read, Elena Voss, Via Dei Coronari, November 15th, 2024, Quinta Decima Hora. My name. My address. Tomorrow's date, 3 in the afternoon. My hands were shaking. I photographed the page, then turned back through the ledger, looking for something I'd missed. Some explanation. The entries went back unbroken to 1348, 676 years of continuous records, different hands, but always the same format, always precise. Then I found the front matter I'd overlooked. Before the first entry, written in ornate Gothic script, Liber Tractatus, the Book of the Negotiation. Beneath it, a phrase in Latin, Quod petimus, datur, quod datur, accipitur. What we request is given. What is given is accepted. I heard footsteps in the corridor. Father Giulio appeared in the doorway, the archive's chief custodian, though I'd never seen him here at night. He was 70, gray-bearded, with the careful posture of someone who'd spent decades bearing weight. "You found your name," he said quietly, not a question. "What is this?" My voice sounded distant, not my own. He entered the vault and closed the door behind him. "The negotiation has been maintained since the Black Death. When the pestilence came, the Church made an accommodation. A dialogue with something that chooses the hour of death. We don't worship it. We don't summon it. We simply record its decisions. And sometimes we request clemency. Clemency. When a name appears, we have until the listed hour to negotiate, to offer something in exchange. A prayer, a penance, a sacrifice of comfort or certainty. Sometimes it accepts, sometimes it doesn't." He looked at the ledger with something like reverence. "The book is never wrong, Elena, but it sometimes allows adjustments. Who maintains it? Who writes the entries? It maintains itself. We simply preserve it, guard it, and when necessary, we intervene on behalf of those named." He paused. "You weren't supposed to find your own name. The ledger is usually consulted only by the Office of Pastoral Continuity, priests trained in the protocols. You were cataloging it because we thought it was safe, a historical record. We didn't realize it had reached contemporary dates." I looked at the entry again. "Tomorrow, 1500 hours. What do I do? Tonight, you'll meet with Cardinal Rossetti. He'll explain the protocols. There are petitions that can be made, arrangements that sometimes work. The negotiation is old. Elena, older than the Church, perhaps, but it follows rules. It listens." "Listens to what?" Father Giulio's expression was unreadable. "To our estimation of a life's value, not in years, but in purpose. The negotiation doesn't take randomly. It maintains balance. When we intercede, we must prove that a life interrupted creates more disorder than a life completed." He gestured to the ledger. "Bring it. We meet in the chapel of Saint Sebastian. Appropriate, given the circumstances." We walked through empty corridors to a small chapel I'd never entered. Cardinal Rossetti was waiting, along with 2 other priests I didn't recognize. They didn't seem surprised to see me. The cardinal was elderly, perhaps 80, with eyes that suggested he'd seen too much. "I'm sorry this burden has fallen to you. Please, sit." They explained the protocols. The negotiation required a formal petition, written in Latin, arguing for postponement. The argument had to be specific, not emotional appeals, but logical demonstrations of disrupted purpose. Lives half finished, work uncompleted. The petition would be placed in the ledger at midnight. By dawn, the entry would either remain or be amended. Amended how? I asked. The date changes, or another name appears in proximity to yours. The negotiation maintains equilibrium. If you're granted extension, someone else provides balance. The cardinal's voice was gentle. This is the accommodation. This is what the Church has maintained. For 6 centuries, I spent the day writing my petition, not about my fear or my youth or my unfinished work, but about the catalogs I maintained, the records that required my specific knowledge, the systems that would take years for another archivist to master. Cold, procedural arguments. The language felt obscene. At midnight, Father Giulio placed my petition inside the ledger, on the page, bearing my name. We prayed together, not for my life, but for understanding, for right discernment. The words felt hollow. At dawn, I returned to the chapel. Father Giulio had already checked the ledger. He looked at me for a long moment before speaking. "The date has changed," he said quietly. "November 15th, 2034. 10 years. Relief and horror arrived simultaneously. Someone else." He nodded. A name appeared. 2 hours from now, Cardinal Rossetti will attend to them personally. This is the work, Elena. This is what we maintain. I never learned who died that morning in my place. The protocols forbid it. The ledger remains in the vault, and I catalog other collections now. Someone else has been assigned to it. A priest trained in the negotiations requirements. But I know it continues. Each night, new names appear, and in the chapel of Saint Sebastian, petitions are written, and prayers are offered to something that listens and occasionally agrees. I wake sometimes at 3:17 and think about the phrase, "What we request is given. What is given is accepted." The Church doesn't fear death. It fears something older, something that maintains balance through exchanges we don't understand. And for 676 years, we've been negotiating with it, one name at a time, 10 years. That's what I was granted. When November 15th, 2034 arrives, I'll write no petition. The negotiation gave me time. I shouldn't have had. Someone else provided the balance. This is the accommodation. This is the oldest duty. Not salvation, but appeasement. And the ledger continues. Never finished, only continued. Not every chapel in the Vatican was built for prayer. Some were built to prevent it. My name is Father Domenico Rossi, and I've served as a restoration consultant for the fabric of St. Peter for 14 years. My work involves assessing structural damage in Vatican properties, coordinating repairs, and ensuring that renovations respect the sacred character of these spaces. Most assignments are routine: water damage in a sacristy, settling foundations in a medieval annex. The work is technical but reverent, requiring both architectural knowledge and deep respect for the Church's living history. In October of 2024, I received an unusual request from the Vicariate. A chapel in the Apostolic Palace's eastern wing, sealed since 1793, required assessment before it could be repurposed as additional archive space. The letter was brief, offering no details about why the chapel had been closed for over 200 years, only that it needed structural evaluation and documentation before any work could proceed. I met Monsignor Battista at the chapel entrance on a gray Thursday morning. He was perhaps 60, with the formal bearing of someone who'd spent decades in Vatican administration. The door to the chapel was iron-plated oak, secured with 3 separate locks. Above the frame, barely visible beneath centuries of paint, I could make out carved words in Latin: Misericordia contenta, mercy contained. The chapel was built in 1788, Monsignor Battista explained as he worked the locks. Commissioned by Cardinal Odescalchi, it was in use for only 5 years before being sealed. The records don't specify why, only that it was done at the Cardinal's urgent request, with papal authorization. The door opened inward with surprising ease, as if the hinges had been maintained despite the long closure. The air that emerged was stale, but not unpleasant, dry, with a faint trace of old incense. Monsignor Battista handed me a copper key. "You'll work alone," he said. "Document the structure. Assess any damage. Provide your recommendations. The vicariate wants a complete report within 2 weeks. He paused at the threshold, not entering. Father Rossi, there are certain protocols for sealed spaces. If you find anything unusual, anything that seems inconsistent with normal chapel architecture, note it in your report, but do not attempt to interpret it. The Congregation for Divine Worship will review such details separately. I'd worked in dozens of historic chapels, but the moment I stepped inside, I knew this one was different. The space was small, perhaps 8 meters long and 5 wide, with a vaulted ceiling and 6 wooden pews. But everything about it felt wrong, in ways I initially couldn't articulate. The lighting was dim. 2 small windows, set high in the walls, and the shadows seemed to collect in the corners more densely than they should. Then I noticed the crucifixes. There were 4 of them, mounted on the side walls between the pews. In any normal chapel, crucifixes face the altar, positioned so the congregation looks toward them during worship. These crucifixes faced outward, toward the pews, toward where the faithful would sit. I approached the altar, and the wrongness intensified. The altar itself was simple stone, unremarkable except for its position, set not against the back wall, as tradition dictates, but pulled forward into the room by nearly 2 meters. Behind it, the wall was covered in writing. I'd expected the usual devotional inscriptions, psalms perhaps, or the names of donors. But as I came closer, I realized the text was written backward, not mirror writing, but actual text reversed letter by letter, as if someone had taken normal Latin prayers and inverted them. The words were legible, only if I turned my back to the altar and read them reflected in the polished surface of a brass candlestick I held up. They were prayers from the Mass, the Confiteor, the Agnus Dei, the words of absolution a priest speaks during reconciliation, all reversed, all facing inward toward the empty space behind the altar. I spent that first day measuring and photographing, documenting the structural elements as requested. The walls were sound, the ceiling showed no signs of water damage, and the foundation was solid. Architecturally, there was no reason this chapel couldn't be repurposed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was assessing a container rather than a worship space, that everything about this room's design was oriented not toward inviting the sacred in, but toward keeping something pressed back against that rear wall. That night, I reviewed the photographs in my office. In one image, taken from the entrance looking toward the altar, I noticed something I'd missed in person. The shadows behind the altar weren't uniform. There was a density to them, a suggestion of depth that seemed inconsistent with the flat wall I'd measured. I checked my architectural notes. The interior measurements matched the exterior. There was no hidden chamber, no recess, yet the shadows suggested space where none should exist. I returned the next morning with better lighting equipment and a laser measuring device. I wanted to be absolutely certain about those dimensions. As I set up my equipment, I became aware of a quality to the silence that I can only describe as attentive. I've worked alone in dozens of empty churches, but this was different. This felt like being alone with something. I measured the wall behind the altar 3 times. Each time, the laser gave the same reading, precisely aligned with the exterior wall. No discrepancy. No hidden void. Yet when I stood directly in front of that wall, staring at the reversed prayers, I felt a pulling sensation, not physical, but something deeper, as if the space itself had gravity oriented in the wrong direction. I was photographing the reversed text when I noticed something else. The prayers weren't just reversed. They were incomplete. Each one ended mid-sentence, cutting off precisely at the moment of forgiveness. The Comforter stopped before, through my most grievous fault. The absolution prayer ended before I absolve you from your sins. It was deliberate, systematic. Every prayer of mercy and forgiveness, reversed and truncated, pressed against that wall like a barrier made of interrupted grace. I spent the afternoon in the Vatican archives, searching for any records related to Cardinal Odescalchi and his chapel. Most of the files from that period were routine administrative documents, but I found one letter dated November 12, 1793. From the Cardinal to Pope Pius VI. The language was formal and circumspect, but the urgency was unmistakable. Your Holiness, it read, the anomaly that presented itself during reconciliation on the Feast of All Saints has been successfully contained through the implementation of inverted sacramentals. The space has been consecrated in reverse, the prayers of mercy spoken backward to create a spiritual barrier. It cannot cross such thresholds. It waits for absolution that will never be completed. I humbly request the chapel be sealed and never again used for the administration of sacraments. There was no description of what it was, no explanation of what had happened during that reconciliation. Only the terse recommendation that the chapel remain closed and that no Mass be celebrated within its walls. I should have submitted my report and requested reassignment, but I'd spent 14 years restoring sacred spaces, and I'd never encountered anything like this. I needed to understand what Cardinal Odescalchi had contained, and why it required such elaborate spiritual architecture to restrain it. On the third night, I stayed late in the chapel. I told myself I was completing documentation, taking evening photographs to capture different lighting conditions. But truthfully, I wanted to be there in darkness, to see what the space felt like when the sun set and the shadows deepened behind that altar. I lit candles, 6 of them, arranged in the sanctuary as they would be for Mass. The flames burned steadily at first, but as full darkness fell, they began to behave strangely. The flames didn't flicker or dance. Instead, they leaned, all 6 of them, simultaneously, bending toward the back wall, as if drawn by wind, though the air was perfectly still. That's when I heard it. Not a voice, exactly, but something that carried the weight of speech without sound. It came from behind the altar, from that impossible depth the shadows suggested. It spoke in rhythm, in the cadence of prayer, but the words were inverted. I heard them backward, my mind automatically reversing them into sense. Confitor Deo omnipotente. The Confiter. The prayer of confession, being spoken from the wrong direction, from the space that shouldn't exist behind that wall. I stood frozen. As the soundless voice continued, working through the prayer with horrible patience, when it reached the moment where the prayer acknowledges fault, through my fault, through my fault, through my most grievous fault, it stopped. Repeated those lines, stopped again. It was waiting for the response, for the words of absolution that would complete the reconciliation. I understood then what Cardinal Odescalchi had contained. Not a demon or spirit in the traditional sense, but something that had learned to wear the shape of mercy itself, something that appeared during the sacrament of reconciliation, that manifested in the moment when souls were most open, most vulnerable, seeking forgiveness. It had come during Mass on All Saints' Day, 1793, and it had taken. The candle flames bent further toward the wall, pulled by that invisible gravity, and I felt it then, the same pulling sensation but stronger now. An invitation, a gentle insistence, that I come forward, that I approach the altar, that I speak the words of absolution. It had been waiting 231 years to hear. It would be mercy. It would feel like grace. And in that moment of spiritual opening, when a soul accepts forgiveness and lets down every defense, that's when it harvested. The crucifixes facing outward weren't decoration. They were warnings, reminders to the congregation that in this space, mercy itself could not be trusted, that forgiveness offered here led somewhere other than salvation. I backed toward the door, moving slowly, never turning away from that wall. The soundless voice continued the confeder, cycling through those same lines, waiting for completion. The shadows behind the altar seemed to press forward, testing the barrier of reversed prayers and interrupted grace. I was reaching for the door, when all 6 candle flames went out simultaneously, not blown out, pulled out, extinguished by that impossible gravity. In the darkness, I felt something shift behind the altar. Not movement, but a change in the quality of space itself, as if the wall had become momentarily permeable. I ran. I don't remember reaching the corridor or locking the 3 locks behind me. I only remember standing in the lit hallway, breathing hard, feeling the copper key burning cold in my palm. The next morning, I submitted my report to Monsignor Battista. I kept it technical and brief. The structure was sound, but I recommended against repurposing the space. The architecture had been designed for specific spiritual protocols that should not be altered. I did not mention the reversed prayers, or the soundless voice, or the way the shadows suggested depth where none existed. Monsignor Battista read the report without expression. Then he placed it in a red-stamped folder I hadn't seen him carrying. "The Vicariate appreciates your discretion," he said. "The chapel will remain sealed. Your consultation is complete." He handed me a document to sign, standard confidentiality agreements I'd signed before on sensitive projects, but at the bottom, in small text I'd never seen on previous contracts, was a line. "The undersigned acknowledges that certain spaces within Vatican jurisdiction serve purposes of containment rather than worship, and that such purposes must be respected in perpetuity." I signed. I took my payment. I never spoke of it, but I think about that chapel often, about Cardinal Odescalchi, desperately constructing barriers of inverted prayer to contain something that had learned to mimic mercy. About the faithful who came seeking absolution and instead met something that wore forgiveness like a mask. The chapel remains sealed, but sometimes, late at night in my quarters, I wake at 3:17 in the morning, and I hear it faint and distant, but unmistakable. The rhythm of the confiter, spoken backward, cycling eternally through those lines of confession, waiting for the words of absolution that will never come. Not every chapel was built for prayer. Some were built as prisons, for things that learn to counterfeit grace. And in the eastern wing of the Apostolic Palace, behind 3 locks and 231 years of silence, something still waits at the moment of mercy, patient and hungry, for someone to complete the prayer. There are numbers that must never be exceeded, and flames that count towards something we do not name. My name is Lucia Marchetti, and I've worked night security at the Vatican for 9 years. It's solitary work. Most of it involves walking designated routes through empty corridors, checking locks, ensuring the countless rooms and chapels remain undisturbed until morning. The Vatican at night is a different place than the one tourists see. The silence is absolute, broken only by footsteps and the distant settling of ancient stone. In 9 years, I've learned to find peace in that silence. I was assigned Protocol 19 in February of 2023. My supervisor, Signora Brescini, called me into his office on a Tuesday morning after my shift. He's a compact man in his 60s who's worked Vatican security for 30 years. I'd never seen him nervous before. "You're being given additional duties," he said, sliding a red-stamped folder across his desk. "The Sala del Silenzio. You'll perform a count every night at 2:47 a. Massive protocol is simple, but it must be followed exactly. Inside the folder was a single page of instructions. At 2:47 each morning, I was to enter the Sala del Silenzio, a room I'd never heard of, and count the lit candles. There must be exactly 77. If there were fewer, I was to light additional candles from the supply cabinet until reaching 77. If there were more, I was to extinguish the excess immediately, starting with the candles nearest the eastern wall. "What if there are exactly 77? I asked. "Then you record the count in the logbook and leave. You do not remain in the room longer than necessary. You do not touch anything except the candles. You do not speak while inside." He paused. "And Lucia, if you ever find more than 79 candles lit, you leave immediately and call this number." He wrote a phone number on the back of the folder. "Do not attempt the protocol. Just leave and call. What's in the room?" "Candles," he said. "And a duty that's been performed every night for longer than either of us has been alive." He gave me a copper key and led me through corridors I'd walked 1,000 times, then through a door I'd always assumed was a maintenance closet. Behind it was a narrow staircase descending into darkness. At the bottom, another door, unmarked. The copper key fit perfectly. The Sala del Silenzio was smaller than I expected, perhaps 4 meters square, with a low vaulted ceiling. The walls were bare stone, and there were no windows. 77 white candles stood on iron holders, arranged in concentric circles on the floor, all of them burning. In the center of the circles was a space perhaps 2 meters wide, empty except for what looked like a brass plate set into the stone floor. I couldn't see what was engraved on it from the doorway. "You count from the door," Signor Brescini said. "You don't need to enter the circles. Count carefully, twice if necessary. Record in the logbook." He showed me a leather-bound book on a small table just inside the door. "The protocol has never failed. Don't be the first." For 3 months, I performed the count without incident. Every night, at 2:47, I would unlock the door, count the candles, always exactly 77, and record the number in the logbook. The pages went back decades, each entry identical: the date, the time, the count, the guard's initials. 77, 77, 77. The repetition was oddly comforting, a ritual that required nothing but accuracy and punctuality. The candles never seemed to burn down. They were the same height in June as they'd been in February. I didn't question it. The Vatican has many mysteries, and I'd learned that some questions go unanswered by design. In early July, I noticed something odd in the logbook. Scanning back through previous years, I found occasional entries that deviated from the pattern. 76 candles, with a notation, 1 relit per protocol, or 78 candles, 1 extinguished per protocol. These entries appeared perhaps once every few months, irregularly, but I'd never encountered anything except 77. Until the morning of July 19th. I approached the Sala del Silenzio at 2:47. As always, the corridor was empty, the silence complete. I unlocked the door and began my count, starting from the outer circle and working inward. Outer ring, 24 candles. Middle ring, 31. Inner ring, 23. 78. I counted again, slowly, touching my finger to the air above each flame. 78. I checked the protocol sheet. I kept in my pocket. The instructions were clear. Extinguish one candle, starting with those nearest the eastern wall. I retrieved the brass snuffer from the supply cabinet. I'd never needed it before, and approached the circles. I had to step between the outer and middle rings to reach the eastern side. The candles there burned steady and still, their flames producing no heat. I could feel. I selected one and lowered the snuffer over it. The flame went out without smoke or sound, and immediately the room felt different, heavier, as if the air had become denser. I backed out quickly, recorded the count and correction in the logbook, and locked the door. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was nothing. I'd followed protocol exactly as instructed, but for the rest of my shift, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd done something irreversible. The next morning, as I was leaving through the main security office, a man I'd never seen before was waiting by the exit. He was perhaps 50, wearing a dark suit with a small silver pin on his lapel, not a Vatican employee badge, but something else, something older. "Signora Marchetti," he said quietly, "thank you for your diligence last night." I stopped. "I don't know what you mean." "Protocol 19, the count." He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You kept him sleeping. One more night." Before I could respond, he turned and walked away, disappearing into a corridor I'd never noticed before. I didn't sleep well that day. I kept thinking about what he'd said, kept him sleeping. As if the candles weren't just candles, but something else, a boundary, a suppression, and I'd extinguished one. That night, I arrived early for my shift. I wanted to check the room before 2:47 to see if anything had changed, but when I reached the door, I found Signor Brascini standing guard. "You're not to enter except during protocol hours," he said. His voice was kind but firm. "No exceptions, Lucia." "The timing matters." "What's underneath?" I asked. "The brass plate in the center. What's it covering?" He was quiet for a long moment. "A name," he said finally. "Very old, very powerful, the kind that shouldn't be spoken or read." He looked at me carefully. "The candles are a vigil, Lucia. They mark the hours. They maintain a count. And as long as the number stays at 77, the name stays buried. But why 77? Because 78 is when he begins to wake, and 79." He stopped. "We've never reached 79. In 400 years, we've never reached 79. I performed the protocol at 2:47. 77 candles, all burning steady. I recorded the count and left, relief washing over me. But the next night, there were 78 again. I extinguished one, as instructed. Hands steadier this time. The same heavy feeling filled the room when the flame died. I completed the protocol and locked the door. The man in the dark suit was waiting again in the morning. This time, he looked tired. "Twice in 3 days," he said. "That's unusual." "What does it mean?" "It means he's restless. He glanced back toward the corridor leading to the staircase. The count protects us. 77 is the number of silence, the number of containment. It's been maintained since 1624, when they first sealed the room. Every night, the same vigil. But sometimes, rarely, an additional flame appears. We don't know how. We don't know why. We only know that it must be extinguished immediately. And if it isn't, he met my eyes. Then the count continues upward, and at a certain number, a number I will not speak, the name beneath the brass plate becomes readable again, becomes speakable, and what was buried wakes. For 2 weeks, the count remained at 77. I began to relax, to think that whatever disturbance had occurred was over. I performed the protocol mechanically, professionally, the way I'd been trained. Then, on August 3rd, I opened the door at 2:47 and found 79 candles burning. My training said to leave immediately and call the number, but I stood frozen, staring at the flames. 2 extra candles, both on the eastern side, both burning brighter than the others. And in the center of the circles, the brass plate seemed to catch the light differently than before. I could almost see the engraving on its surface. I should have left. That was the protocol. Instead, I took one step closer, then another, drawn by something I couldn't name. The engraving was text. Latin. I thought, though, the letters were formed strangely. And as I watched, one of the letters seemed to shimmer, becoming briefly legible before fading again. A sound came from beneath the floor, not loud, barely audible, like breathing, like something turning in sleep. I backed out of the room, locked the door, and called the number with shaking hands. Signor Braccini answered immediately. How many? 79. A pause. Stay where you are. Don't go back inside. He arrived within minutes, along with the man in the dark suit and 2 others I didn't recognize. They were carrying equipment, sensors, holy water, something that looked like an old brass seal. They entered the Sala del Silenzio and closed the door. I waited in the corridor, listening to Latin prayers. I couldn't quite hear clearly. After 20 minutes, they emerged. The man in the dark suit looked at me. It's been corrected. We've reinforced the protocol. He paused. You did well. Not to enter the circles. What would have happened if I had? The count would have increased, he said simply. 1 more candle for each person who crosses into the center. That's how it feeds. That's how it wakes. They left without further explanation. When I checked the room at the next protocol hour, there were exactly 77 candles. I've continued the count for 14 months now. Most nights, it's 77, occasionally 78, which I correct per protocol. The man in the dark suit appears the next morning, thanks me quietly, and disappears. I've never seen 79 again, but last week, I noticed something in the logbook. Going back through the years, I found a pattern. The instances of 78 candles are increasing in frequency. In the 1980s, perhaps once per year. In the 2000s, 3 or 4 times per year. Now in 2024, almost monthly. The count is climbing, slowly across centuries. But climbing, I asked Signor Braccini about it. He closed the logbook gently and looked at me with an expression of profound weariness. Every vigil weakens eventually, he said. Every seal erodes. We maintain what we can, for as long as we can, and we pray that when the count finally fails, we'll have found another way to keep him sleeping. And if we haven't, he didn't answer. He just handed me the copper key and reminded me that protocol begins at 2:47. I perform the count every night. I extinguish the excess flames when they appear. I record the numbers in the logbook, adding my initials to a chain that stretches back 4 centuries. And sometimes, in the moment after I extinguish that extra candle and the room becomes heavy with silence, I swear I can hear something beneath the brass plate. Not breathing anymore. Something closer to awareness. Something that's learning to count. The seal of confession is absolute, even when the penitent has been dead for 700 years. My name is Father An Jae-sung, and I've served as assistant chaplain at the Chapel of St. Nicholas within the Vatican for 4 years. It's a small assignment. The chapel is tucked in a quiet corner near the Apostolic Palace, used primarily by Vatican employees and the occasional lost tourist. My duties are simple: 2 daily masses, evening vespers, and Saturday confessions from 5 until 7 in the evening. I was born in Busan and ordained in Seoul, but I studied church history at the Gregorian University here in Rome. The Vatican appreciates priests with linguistic skills. I speak Korean, English, Italian, and Latin, and so they kept me after my studies finished. It's peaceful work. I hear confessions in 4 languages, offer spiritual counsel, and maintain the chapel's small sacristy. Most evenings, I'm alone with the candles and the silence. The confessional at St. Nicholas is original to the chapel's construction in 1743. Dark wood, Baroque, carved panels, a brass screen between priest and penitent. The acoustics are strange. Voices carry in unexpected ways, creating echoes that seem to come from the walls themselves. I've grown accustomed to it. The confessional has heard countless sins over 2.5 centuries. It holds them in its wood and brass the way stone holds cold. The first time I heard the voice, it was a Saturday in June of 2024, 6:13 in the evening, near the end of confession hours. I'd heard perhaps a dozen penitents that day, the usual catalog of human weakness and regret. I was preparing to close when I heard the confessional door open on the penitent's side. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, the sound of someone kneeling, then silence. I waited. Sometimes people need time to begin. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, I prompted gently. How long has it been since your last confession? The voice that answered was wrong in ways I struggled to identify. Male, certainly. Deep and careful, each word formed with precision, but the accent was unlike anything I'd heard. Not modern Italian or Latin, but something older, the Latin of before standardization, when each region shaped the language differently. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, the voice said. I have accepted the bargain. I waited for more. Confession follows a pattern. The penitent describes their sins, expresses contrition, receives counsel and absolution, but the voice said nothing else. Just those words, I have accepted the bargain. Can you tell me more about this bargain? I asked, carefully. What were its terms? Silence, long enough that I thought the penitent had left. Then, I have accepted the bargain. The same words, the same inflection, like a recording. My child, I need you to help me understand so I can offer proper guidance. The confessional door opened. Footsteps receded. When I emerged from the priest's side, the chapel was empty. I told myself it was someone confused, perhaps unwell. Rome attracts all kinds. I locked the chapel and went to my quarters, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice had been speaking across a vast distance, not through space, but through time. The following Saturday, at 6:13 precisely, I heard the confessional door open again, the same footsteps, the same kneeling. When I gave the opening blessing, the same voice responded, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I have accepted the bargain." This time, I tried different questions. What is your name? Where are you from? What troubles your conscience? Each question met with silence. Then the same response, "I have accepted the bargain." After 3 minutes, the penitent left. I began documenting each occurrence. Same day, same time, same words. The voice never varied, not in tone, not in accent, not in the strange formal cadence of its Latin. I consulted medieval texts in the Vatican library, trying to place the accent. The closest match I found was 13th century Roman Latin, the language of the papal curia before the Renaissance. By the third week, I mentioned it to Father Giulio, the chapel's senior chaplain. He's 70, a Vatican fixture who's heard confessions for 40 years. "You're hearing it too," he said quietly. We were in the sacristy, preparing for evening mass. "You know about this." He folded his vestments with careful hands. "I heard it for 11 years. Before me, Father Benedetto heard it for 18. The voice comes every Saturday at 6:13. It confesses to accepting the bargain, and then it leaves. But who is it? What bargain? We don't know. We cannot know." He looked at me with tired eyes. "The seal of confession is absolute, Jae-sung, even for voices that shouldn't exist. We hear, we hold the confidence, and we do not investigate. This is our ministry. But if it's not actually a person, then what are we absolving?" Father Giulio shook his head. "I don't have answers. I only know that some confessions are not meant to be understood. They simply are. We witness them, and we maintain the seal. For 8 more weeks, I heard the voice, every Saturday, 6:13, exactly, the same confession, word for word. I began arriving early, watching the chapel entrance, trying to see who entered. But I never saw anyone approach the confessional. The door would simply be closed one moment and open the next, and the voice would be kneeling on the other side of the screen. I started waking at 3:17 in the morning, always the same time, with the voice echoing in my mind. I have accepted the bargain. I researched papal history, looking for references to bargains, pacts, agreements made by medieval clergy. There were countless diplomatic treaties, concordats, arrangements with nobles and kings. Nothing that seemed connected to a confession recurring across centuries. In September, Father Giulio fell ill, pneumonia, serious enough to hospitalize him. I became the chapel's sole confessor, which meant Saturday confessions were mine alone. That week, I decided I would break the seal. Not openly, not in a way that would violate my vows explicitly, but I needed to see. I needed to understand what came to that confessional every Saturday evening, what force or presence or echo spoke in medieval Latin about a bargain that troubled it across the centuries. On Saturday, I arrived at the chapel at 5:30. I prepared the confessional carefully, lighting candles in the chapel proper, but leaving the confessional itself dark. I took my position on the priest's side and waited. 6:13 arrived with the precision of a bell toll. The door opened. The footsteps. The kneeling. I gave the blessing, and the voice responded as it always did. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I have accepted the bargain." But this time, instead of asking questions, I stood. I opened the door of my side of the confessional and stepped around to the penitent's entrance. My hand was on the door handle when I felt it, a presence on the other side, not malevolent, but vast and cold, like standing at the entrance to a cave that descends forever. The wood of the door was ice cold under my palm. I opened it. The penitent's side was empty, but pinned to the kneeler, secured with a brass nail that looked centuries old, was a woodcut, medieval, judging by the style and the aging of the paper. It showed a figure in a hooded robe, skeletal hands visible at the edges of the sleeves, holding what appeared to be a papal seal, the crossed keys of St. Peter, rendered in crude but unmistakable detail. The figure's face was shadowed, but where the eyes should have been, someone had scratched words into the paper in the same medieval script I'd seen in 13th century documents. 2 words in Latin: "Pretium fidei," the price of faith. I reached for the woodcut, but the moment my fingers touched the paper, the candles in the chapel went out, all of them, simultaneously. The darkness was absolute. In that darkness, I heard the voice again, not from the confessional, but from everywhere: the walls, the floor, the air itself. "I have accepted the bargain." Then, for the first time, it continued, "As have you, Father, as has every keeper of this seal." The candles reignited on their own. I was standing in the penitent's side of the confessional, but the woodcut was gone. Only the brass nail remained, ancient and corroded, driven into wood that should have been replaced centuries ago. I stumbled out of the confessional and sealed the chapel. I didn't return that night. The next morning, Father Giulio called from the hospital. His voice was weak, but urgent. "You opened the door," he said. Not a question. "How did you know?" "Because I did the same thing. 11 years ago, my first year alone with the confession, Father Benedetto did it before me." A long pause. "What did you see?" I told him about the woodcut, the words, the voice speaking from everywhere. "The price of faith," Father Giulio repeated softly. "Yes, that's what Benedetto said he saw too, though the image was different for him." Always different, but always the same meaning. What bargain is it confessing to? I don't know, but I think, he coughed, a wet, painful sound. "I think it's not confessing its own bargain." Jae-sung. "I think it's confessing ours. The bargain the church made, sometime in the medieval period, something sealed with papal authority, and the confession repeats, because the bargain is never absolved, never forgiven. Just maintained. By us, by every priest who hears it and keeps the seal. We become witnesses, keepers. Maybe that's the bargain, that we'll hear and hold the secret, generation after generation, never speaking it, never investigating it, just preserving it in the wood and brass of a confessional that shouldn't still exist." Father Giulio died 3 days later. The hospital said complications from pneumonia, but I saw his face at the funeral. He looked relieved. I still hear the confession. Every Saturday, 6:13. Exactly, the same words in the same medieval voice. I no longer try to investigate. I no longer open the door. I simply listen, bear witness, and maintain the seal as those before me did. But I understand now what Father Giulio meant about becoming a keeper. The confession is not seeking absolution. It's recording us, documenting every priest who hears it, binding us to whatever bargain was made 700 years ago when someone accepted terms we'll never know and sealed them with papal authority. Last month, a new assistant chaplain arrived, Father Chen from Taiwan, young and earnest and full of faith. I've tried to prepare him, to warn him without violating the seal. But how do you explain that some confessions are not about forgiveness, but about chains? That the sacrament can be a cage as much as a grace? He'll hear the voice soon enough, 6:13 on a Saturday evening, when the light is fading and the chapel is almost empty. He'll listen to the confession, and he'll wonder. And eventually, he'll open the door. And when he does, he'll see his own version of the woodcut, whatever image the confessional chooses to show him. And he'll understand that he's not hearing a sin-seeking absolution. He's accepting the bargain, as I did, as Father Giulio did, as every keeper of this seal has done since the 13th century. The price of faith, written in medieval script and renewed every Saturday in the language of the dead. I wake at 3:17 every morning now, and in that moment between sleep and consciousness, I hear the voice. I have accepted the bargain, and I know with a certainty that terrifies me, that it's no longer just the voice speaking. It's me. There are prayers the Church preserves, but does not permit to be spoken. My name is Miriam Curry, and I've spent 14 years restoring medieval manuscripts for the Vatican Library. I specialize in liturgical texts, prayer books, psalters, books of hours, documents that have guided the faithful through centuries of devotion. The work requires precision and patience, repairing parchment damaged by time and use, stabilizing inks that have begun to fade. It's sacred work in its way. Each manuscript I restore returns to circulation, becomes available again to scholars and clergy who seek to understand how our ancestors prayed. In October of 2024, Monsignor Alberti brought me a manuscript I'd never heard of. He found me in my usual workspace, a small conservation room on the 3rd floor of the Apostolic Library, where I have a fume hood for chemical treatments and a light box for examining parchment integrity. The manuscript was bound in dark leather, perhaps 14th century, with no title or identifying marks on the cover. Monsignor Alberti handled it carefully, wearing cotton gloves as protocol required. This was found during a reorganization of the restricted collections, he said. His Italian was formal as always. It's been in storage since at least 1923. We'd like it assessed and stabilized for archival preservation. He placed it on my workbench and opened to a random page. The text was in Latin, written in a Gothic hand common to the period. But something about it looked wrong. The lines were uneven, as if the scribe had been working in uncertain light or under duress. It's a prayer book, Monsignor Alberti continued, apparently compiled by a monk named Tertius at an unnamed monastery. That's all the documentation tells us. Assess it, stabilize it, but don't attempt any textual analysis. That's for the theological scholars. He left without further explanation, which wasn't unusual. The library contains thousands of manuscripts, many with fragmentary or mysterious origins. My job was preservation, not interpretation. I spent the first day examining the manuscript's physical condition. The parchment was in reasonable shape, some foxing, minor tears along the edges, but structurally sound. The binding needed repair, and several pages showed evidence of water damage, the ink slightly blurred but still legible. standard restoration work. It was only when I began photographing each page for the archival record that I noticed the peculiarity. Every prayer in the manuscript was incomplete, not damaged or illegible. Actually, unfinished. Each one began normally, following traditional liturgical forms, then simply stopped mid-sentence, sometimes mid-word. The first prayer I examined carefully began, Domin Deus omnipotens, qui das nobis cor iute querimus, Lord God Almighty, who gives us a heart to seek, and then nothing. White space. The next prayer began several lines down, equally abrupt in its opening, equally incomplete in its ending. I checked every page, 47 prayers, all truncated, all stopping at seemingly random points, though the handwriting showed no signs of interruption, no trailing letters, no ink smears. The scribe had simply stopped writing, then begun the next prayer. That evening, I mentioned it to Father Giuseppe, one of the library's paleography experts. We occasionally consulted each other on difficult manuscripts. I found him in the reading room, examining a 15th century breviary, Incomplete Prayers. He frowned. That's unusual. Scribes typically copied established liturgical texts to intentionally leave them unfinished. He trailed off, thinking. There are documented cases of prayers being suppressed, considered theologically problematic or associated with heterodox movements. Perhaps these were transcribed for examination, but never approved for use. Should I note it in my report? Note the physical observation. Let the theologians worry about the content. He smiled. We preserve the text. We don't judge it. I worked on the manuscript for 3 more days, repairing tears, stabilizing the ink, rebinding the loose gatherings. Professional, procedural work. But I kept returning to those incomplete prayers, wondering what they'd been meant to say. The Latin was beautiful, formal and precise, with the rhythmic quality of genuine devotion. Whatever Brother Tertius had been transcribing, he'd begun with reverence. On the 4th day, I made a decision I would come to regret. I wanted to understand the Latin better, to assess whether the incomplete nature of the text affected my restoration approach. At least, that's what I told myself. In truth, I was curious. After 14 years of restoring sacred texts, I developed a feel for liturgical language, and these prayers felt different, urgent, somehow desperate. I chose one of the shorter prayers. Midway through the manuscript, it began, Pater qui sed in tenebris ante lucem, Father who sits in darkness before light. The Latin was good but unusual. The phrasing was orthodox, yet the imagery was strange. God sitting in darkness before light. A reference to Genesis, perhaps, but inverted. I spoke it aloud, testing the vowels and cadences, trying to understand the scribe's intention. Pater, qui sedis in tenebris ante lucem, audivosum, servitui qui clamat ex profundis, non aquarum se, Father who sits in darkness before light, hear the voice of your servant who cries from the depths, not of water. The prayer stopped there. Non aquarum se, not of water, but what? I stared at the incomplete phrase, and something in me wanted to finish it. Needed to finish it. The words were there, somehow hovering just beyond articulation. I could feel them taking shape in my mind, as if the prayer itself was suggesting its completion. I closed the manuscript and returned to my other work, but the phrase stayed with me. Not of water, but the words circled through my thoughts, during my commute home, through dinner, Through the evening, I went to bed at 11, exhausted, but couldn't sleep. The prayer kept repeating, incomplete, demanding resolution. I woke at 3:17 in the morning with blood on my hands. Not a lot. Not enough to alarm me at first. I thought I'd scratched myself in my sleep, caught a hangnail on the sheets. I turned on the light and saw my palms were smeared with it, my fingernails dark. Then I saw the wall. I'd written the ending of the prayer there, directly on the white paint above my bed. The letters were crude, but legible, formed in my own blood with my own fingers. Latin words I didn't remember writing. Sed carnis es aelinef cognitionis quae non debe haberi. Not of water, but of flesh and silence, and knowledge that must not be held. I stood there in my bedroom, looking at those words, trying to understand what had happened. I had no memory of waking. No memory of writing. The blood was already drying, brown at the edges, and my hands were steady. There was no pain. I cleaned my hands in the bathroom, examining my fingers for cuts. There were none. The blood had come from somewhere else. Not my palms, but my fingertips, as if pushed through the skin from beneath. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat at my kitchen table until dawn, researching the Latin phrase I'd written. The words were grammatically correct, but theologically wrong. Flesh, silence, and forbidden knowledge, a trinity of concepts that inverted traditional prayer language. This wasn't a petition to God. It was a statement about God, about the nature of divine attention. The prayer wasn't incomplete. It had been refused. When I arrived at the library that morning, Monsignor Alberti was waiting in my workspace. The manuscript lay open on my bench, and his face was very pale. "Did you read from this?" he asked without preamble. I wanted to lie. I should have lied, but something in his expression told me he already knew. One prayer, yesterday. I was testing the Latin. Which one? I showed him the page. He looked at it for a long moment, then closed the manuscript carefully. "Come with me." He led me through corridors I'd never walked, past reading rooms and administrative offices, to a section of the library I didn't know existed. The door required a copper key, and beyond it was a small chamber lined with locked cabinets. Archive boxes, each labeled with red stamps and reference numbers. "These are manuscripts removed from circulation," Monsignor Alberti said quietly, "not destroyed. The Church doesn't destroy texts, but contained, preserved but not available." He opened one of the cabinets and showed me the contents. Dozens of manuscripts, similar in age and appearance to the one I'd been restoring. In 1923, Pope Pius XI ordered a comprehensive review of the library's holdings. Certain texts were deemed spiritually hazardous, not heretical. That would be simpler. These are orthodox in their language, but dangerous in their completion. I don't understand. Brother Tertius's prayer book contains petitions that should not be finished. The prayers aren't addressed to God, Miss Corey. They're addressed to what was before God, what sat in darkness before light. He paused. When you spoke that prayer aloud, you invited something to complete it through you, a completion that required your participation. Your blood. I thought about my wall, about words I hadn't consciously written. What did I pray to? We don't know. We've never known. Brother Tertius believed there was something that preceded creation, something that observed when the word was spoken and light divided from darkness. He spent years trying to contact it through prayer. Monsignor Alberti closed the cabinet. Every prayer in that manuscript is an attempt to reach what cannot be reached. Each one was refused, not by God, but by the thing itself, because completion would require an answer. And I finished one. You provided the words it needed, the ending. It couldn't give itself. He looked at me with something like pity. The blood was yours, but the knowledge wasn't. Those words about flesh and silence and forbidden knowing, those came from somewhere else. He told me to go home, to rest. The manuscript would be returned to containment, and my work on it was complete. He didn't tell me not to speak about it, which frightened me more than any explicit prohibition would have. That was 6 weeks ago. The blood on my wall took 3 coats of paint to cover. And even now I can see the faint outline of those words when the morning light hits at certain angles. I still work in the library, still restore medieval manuscripts, but I don't speak Latin aloud anymore, and I've asked to be removed from projects involving prayer books or liturgical texts. Monsignor Alberti approved the request without question. Sometimes, at 3:17 in the morning, I wake with the certainty that something is listening, not God. I still pray to God, still attend Mass, still find comfort in the faith of my childhood. But there's something else now. Something that heard me speak incomplete words and helped me finish them. Something that sits in a darkness I accidentally acknowledged. Brother Tertius wrote 47 prayers trying to reach it. I completed one. I don't know if that's enough to establish contact, or if contact was what it wanted all along, but my fingertips still ache sometimes. In the early morning hours, and when I close my eyes, I can feel words forming beneath my skin. Latin phrases I've never learned, petitions addressed to what preceded light. The prayers aren't incomplete. They're waiting. And now that I've finished one, I understand why the Church preserves them, but never permits them to be spoken. Some prayers should remain unfinished. Some petitions must be refused, because the act of completion is an invitation, and what answers from that pre-creation darkness doesn't arrive as grace. It arrives as knowledge that changes the one who sought it. Knowledge written in blood, in silence, in the space between words, where something ancient waits to be properly addressed. I don't speak prayers aloud anymore, but sometimes, at 3:17 in the morning, I find myself whispering in Latin, words I don't recognize. Prayers I don't remember learning, and I know, with absolute certainty, that somewhere in that darkness before light, something is listening, waiting for me to finish what Brother Tertius began. Not all rooms in the Vatican exist at the same time. My name is Tomasi Barra, and I've worked as an architectural archivist in the Vatican for 9 years. My specialty is medieval structural documentation, the floor plans, elevation drawings, and building records that track how the Holy See's physical spaces have evolved over centuries. It's precise work, often tedious, comparing measurements across documents to identify renovations, additions, and sealed passages. The Vatican is a palimpsest of architecture, each era building over the last, and my job is to maintain a complete record of what lies beneath. In October of 2024, I was cataloging 14th century modifications to the Apostolic Palace when I found an inconsistency. 2 sets of blueprints for the same corridor, both dated 1347, the height of the Black Death's devastation in Rome. The first showed the standard layout, a processional hallway connecting the papal apartments to the Sistine Chapel, with a sacristy on the eastern wall. The second showed an identical corridor, with an identical sacristy in the exact same location. At first, I assumed it was a copying error, perhaps a scribe duplicating the same plan twice, but the details were different. The first sacristy, the one I knew still existed, had measurements matching the current room, 4.3 meters by 6.1 meters, with 3 windows facing the courtyard. The second showed the same dimensions, but different architectural features. No windows, a vaulted ceiling instead of flat, and a notation in medieval Latin along the margin, pro tempore pestilentiae, for the time of pestilence. I cross-referenced with other documents from that year. 1347 was catastrophic for the church. Nearly a third of the clergy in Rome died. Pope Clement VI had already fled to Avignon. The records from that period are fragmentary, maintained by whoever survived long enough to hold a pen, but one document caught my attention. A papal decree from December of 1347, issued by Cardinal Vicar Annibaldo, who'd remained in Rome to administer last rites. The decree ordered the sealing of certain preparatory spaces rendered imprudent by current exigencies. No further explanation, just a list of locations, including the eastern sacristy of the processional corridor. I brought my findings to Monsignor Keller, the Vatican's chief architectural historian. He's German, methodical, with the careful skepticism of someone who spent 40 years separating legend from fact. He studied the blueprints for a long time, his finger tracing the measurements. You're certain these are both from 1347. The parchment dates match. Same scribal hand, same ink composition. They were drawn within weeks of each other, and the current sacristy matches the first plan.
Exactly.
I verified the measurements personally. He removed his glasses and cleaned them. A gesture I'd learned meant he was troubled. The second plan shows no windows. The current sacristy has 3. Yes, Monsignor. So either the windows were added later, which our renovation records don't show, or the second plan documents a different room entirely, one that occupies the same space. That's not architecturally possible. No, he agreed quietly. It isn't. He authorized a physical investigation. 2 days later, I stood in the current sacristy with ground-penetrating radar equipment, scanning the walls for anomalies. The room was in daily use. Priests vested here before serving Mass in the Sistine Chapel. The walls were 18th century plaster over medieval stone, painted in pale yellow, lined with cabinets holding vestments and sacred vessels. The radar showed something unexpected on the eastern wall, a void behind the plaster, roughly 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. The shape of a doorway. Monsignor Keller stood beside me, studying the readout. That wall is load-bearing, he said. Any door there would compromise structural integrity, unless it was sealed when they reinforced the corridor, I suggested. The records show major structural work in 1348, right after the plague subsided, to seal a door, not to build over it entirely. He touched the wall, his fingers tracing a faint vertical line in the plaster. This is deliberate concealment. Someone wanted this forgotten. We requested permission to investigate further. The Vatican moves slowly on such matters, especially when they involve modifying sacred spaces. But Monsignor Keller had sufficient authority, and 3 weeks later, a restoration team carefully removed a section of plaster from the eastern wall. Behind it, brick, medieval brick, laid in a pattern consistent with 1348 construction. And behind that, when we used the radar again, empty space. The team removed enough brick to reveal what lay beyond, a door frame, still intact, with an iron door sealed shut, no lock, no handle, just a door that had been bricked over from the outside and forgotten for 676 years. Monsignor Keller made the decision to open it. I think he understood, as I did, that some discoveries compel continuation, regardless of wisdom. The restoration team cut through the iron hinges rather than forcing the door itself. When it finally swung inward, the air that emerged was cold and stale, but not unpleasant. There was a smell of old fabric and something else, incense perhaps, though no one had burned incense in that sealed space for centuries. I entered first, with Monsignor Keller behind me. Our flashlights cut through absolute darkness. The room was identical in dimension to the sacristy we'd come from, 4.3 meters by 6.1 meters. But the ceiling was vaulted, just as the blueprint had shown, no windows. The walls were bare stone, and along 3 of them hung wooden hooks, the kind used for vestments. On every hook hung a chasuble. There were perhaps 30 of them, all in various liturgical colors: white, red, green, purple. The fabric was remarkably preserved, showing none of the deterioration you'd expect from centuries of sealed isolation. Each was embroidered with gold thread in the style of medieval papal vestments, ornate and formal, but it was the names that made my breath catch. Each chasuble bore an embroidered nameplate at the collar, not in Latin, but in modern Italian. Names I recognized immediately: Giovanni Battista Montini, Albino Luciani, Carol Wojtyła, Joseph Ratzinger, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the papal names of the last 5 popes. "This isn't possible," Monsignor Keller whispered. His flashlight moved from vestment to vestment, illuminating name after name. These men weren't even born when this room was sealed. I moved deeper into the room. The chasubles swayed slightly on their hooks, though there was no air current. Beyond the familiar names were others I didn't recognize: Marco Bellini, Luis Antonio Tegel, Pedro Parolin, names of current cardinals who might one day be elected pope. And beyond those, names I'd never heard. 20 more chasubles, extending to the far wall, each with a name embroidered in gold thread, names of men who hadn't yet been born, or who lived in obscurity, or who would someday sit in the chair of St. Peter. "They're in order," I said, my voice barely audible. "Chronological order. These 5," I touched the chasuble bearing Bergoglio's name, "and then the ones who come after." Monsignor Keller had gone very pale. His hand moved to the rosary at his belt. "The time of pestilence," he said quietly, "when 1/3 of the clergy died, when no one knew who would survive to lead the church. Someone prepared this. Someone knew." I reached the last chasuble, the one hanging on the farthest hook. The fabric was white, the embroidery more elaborate than all the others. The name read, Tomas Ibarra. The silence that followed was absolute. I became aware of my heartbeat, of Monsignor Keller's breathing beside me, of the weight of stone above us. "We need to leave," Monsignor Keller said. His voice was steady, but strained. Now, as we turned to go, I noticed something I'd missed in our initial survey. The vaulted ceiling wasn't empty. Painted across it in faded medieval pigment was an image, a tree with bare branches, each branch ending in a date. The dates ranged from 1347 to a year. I couldn't quite make out. The paint had deteriorated, but it was far in the future, centuries beyond our time. And at the base of the tree, in Latin, Sicut erat in principio, et nunc, et semper, as it was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be. We sealed the room that same day. The restoration team rebuilt the brick wall, replastered, repainted. Within a week, no evidence remained that we'd ever opened it. The blueprints I'd found were transferred to restricted archives, accessible only with written permission from the Secretariat of State. Monsignor Keller and I never discussed what we'd seen, not officially. But 2 days after the sealing, he asked me into his office and poured 2 glasses of brandy, highly unusual for him. "The church endures," he said, staring at his glass. "Through plague, schism, persecution, always, someone continues the succession. The question you must never ask, Tomas, is how the continuity is known before it occurs." "That room was prepared during the Black Death," I said, "when survival wasn't certain." "Yes, by someone who understood that certain knowledge serves purposes we're not meant to comprehend." He looked at me then, his eyes tired and ancient. "The vestment, with your name. That doesn't mean what you fear it means. The future isn't fixed. The room shows possibility, not certainty. You don't believe that?" "No," he admitted. "I don't. I still work in the architectural archives, but I've requested reassignment from medieval documentation. I focus now on modern renovations, blueprints from the last century, spaces that exist in only one time and one way. But sometimes, at 3:17 in the morning, I wake with the certainty that somewhere in the Vatican, that second sacristy still exists. Not behind the brick wall we sealed, but in some other configuration of space and time, and that the chasubles still hang there, swaying slightly on their hooks. I think about the name embroidered on the last vestment. I wonder if it's prophecy or preparation, vision or record. Most of all, I wonder who enters that room now to update the chasubles, to add new names as the old ones are fulfilled. Someone must maintain it. Someone with knowledge that predates understanding and authority that transcends any living pope. The church endures. And in the spaces between what is and what will be, in rooms that exist outside ordinary time, the succession continues whether we witness it or not. I understand now why Cardinal Anibaldo ordered certain preparatory spaces sealed during the pestilence of 1347. Some preparations are too terrible to acknowledge, even when they guarantee our survival. The first rule they teach Vatican night guards is this: if you hear bells between 10 at night and 5 in the morning, you are not hearing bells. My name is Marco Alberti, and I've worked night security at the Vatican for 9 years. It's solitary work, the kind that suits men who prefer silence and routine. My shift runs from 9 in the evening until 6 in the morning, 5 nights a week. I patrol the galleries, check locks, monitor the camera feeds, and ensure that the sacred spaces remain undisturbed during the hours when pilgrims and tourists are gone. The Vatican, after dark, is a different place. The crowds disappear, the voices fade, and what remains is stone and silence, centuries of it, pressing down from the vaulted ceilings and rising up through the ancient floors. You learn to move quietly, to respect the stillness. You learn which corridors hold echoes and which swallows sound completely. And you learn the rules. There are many rules for night guards, most of them practical: which doors to check, which routes to follow, when to radio the main security office. But there are other rules, unwritten ones, passed from guard to guard during those first training shifts. Don't stop in the Borgia apartments after midnight. Don't look too long at certain paintings. If you hear footsteps behind you in the Sistine Chapel, continue walking at the same pace. Never turn around, never speed up. And if you hear bells after 10 at night, You are not hearing bells. Stefano, the guard who trained me in 2015, explained it during my third shift. We were walking the gallery of maps, our footsteps echoing off the painted ceilings. The bells are silenced at 10, he said. Every bell in Vatican City, St. Peter's, the churches, the chapels, even the small ones in the private courtyards. They're physically locked. So if you hear them between 10 and 5, you're hearing something else. What else? I asked. He didn't answer for a long moment. Something that requires the sound of bells. But not the bells themselves. He stopped and looked at me directly. You don't respond. You don't investigate. You note the time. You continue your patrol. And in the morning, you mention it to no one. Understand? I understood. Or I thought I did. For 9 years, I followed the rules. I heard strange things occasionally. Whispers in empty chapels. Footsteps on marble floors where no one walked. Once a child singing in Latin near the grottos at 2 in the morning. But I never heard bells. Not until last week. It was a Tuesday night in October of 2024. The weather had turned cold and a wind pressed against the windows as I made my rounds. Everything was routine until I reached the Apostolic Palace at 1:15 midnight. I was checking the locks on the administrative wing when I heard them. 7 bells, slow, resonant, each chime separated by perhaps 5 seconds. They came from somewhere above me, maybe from the direction of St. Peter's, though the sound seemed to fill the entire corridor. I froze mid-step, my hand still on the door handle. The bells were beautiful. That's what struck me first. Not that they were ringing when they shouldn't, but how perfect they sounded. Each note was pure and clear, hanging in the air before fading into the stone. I counted them without meaning to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then silence. I stood there for a full minute, my heart hammering, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The corridor remained empty. The wind continued outside, and the only sound was my own breathing. I checked my watch, 12:17 in the morning. I wrote it in my patrol log, then continued my rounds. I didn't radio the main office. I didn't investigate. You are not hearing bells. In the morning, as I was preparing to leave, I heard voices in the security office. Urgent, subdued. I lingered near the door, not quite eavesdropping, but not leaving either. 12:17, someone said. The doctor confirmed it. Cardinal Turini. Another voice replied. In his sleep, apparently. A blessing. At his age, I felt something cold settle in my chest. I went home and tried to sleep, but I kept hearing those 7 bells, each one perfect and clear. The next night, Wednesday, I arrived for my shift tense and watchful. The other guards noticed nothing unusual, and I said nothing about what I'd heard. The evening passed quietly. I made my rounds, checked my stations, monitored the feeds. Everything was normal until 12:17. 6 bells. I was in the Vatican library when they began, and this time there was no question about their source. They were coming from directly above me, from the ceiling itself, or perhaps from beyond it. 6 chimes, slow and deliberate, each one resonating through the ancient building like a countdown. I stood beneath the painted ceiling and counted them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I waited for a 7th bell, but it never came. That morning, I learned that Monsignor Pesci had died during the night. Heart attack, they said. Sudden, but peaceful. He'd been found in his apartment at 12:20, perhaps 3 minutes after the bells stopped. Time of death, approximately 12:17. I should have reported it then. I should have told someone what I was hearing. But what would I say? That I was hearing bells that didn't exist, and people were dying when they rang, that the number of chimes was counting down. Thursday night, I considered calling in sick, but I've never missed a shift in 9 years, and I couldn't explain why I would start now. So I came to work, went through my routines, and waited. At 12:17, I was standing in St. Peter's Square. I'd positioned myself there deliberately, far from any building, where I could see the bell tower clearly. The bells there are massive, some of them weighing several tons. They've been silent every night since I started this job. 5 bells rang out across the square. I watched the bell tower as they chimed. The bells didn't move. The bronze surfaces remained perfectly still, but the sound rolled over me like a wave, deep, resonant, undeniable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time I didn't wait. I radioed the main office and told them I heard bells. The dispatcher sounded confused. At this hour, 5 of them, from St. Peter's, Alberti. The bells are locked. You know that. I'm telling you what I heard. There was a pause. Stay on your route. I'll send someone to check the tower. In the morning, they found Sister Magdalena in the chapel of the Domus Sanctae Marthae. She'd gone there to pray before dawn, as was her habit. Heart failure, they said. The chaplain had discovered her at 5:30, but the doctor estimated she'd been dead for hours. Time of death, approximately 12:17. Friday night, I arrived at work to find Stefano waiting for me. He's been promoted to senior security now. He rarely works night shifts anymore, but there he was, standing by the security office, holding a small red folder. Walk with me, he said. We went to one of the private courtyards, where the sound of the fountain would mask our conversation. He handed me the folder. Inside was a single document, handwritten in Italian, dated 1953. This is the last time it happened, Stefano said. A guard named Tommaso heard 7 bells at 12:17, then 6, the next night, then 5. It went on for 7 nights. What happened on the last night? Tommaso heard 1 bell. He was found in the Sistine Chapel at dawn, kneeling before the altar. He was alive, but he never spoke again. They transferred him to a monastery in the Alps. He died there in 1988. And the others, the people who died when he heard the bells. 7 people died that week. Cardinals, priests, staff, all at 12:17, all of natural causes. Stefano took the folder back. The document doesn't explain it. It just records what happened and establishes the protocol, the rule about not responding to bells. The rule exists because of Tommaso, because responding didn't help. It never helps. I looked at him. Someone has to die tonight. The 4th bell, yes, and tomorrow night. And the night after, until it reaches 1. Yes, and then what? Stefano was quiet for a long time. Then it starts over, or it stops. The document doesn't say. Tommaso was the only guard who heard all 7 nights, and he couldn't tell anyone what happened when he heard the final bell. That night, Friday, the 4th night, I heard 4 bells at 12:17. I was in the gallery of maps, surrounded by painted coastlines and ancient seas, and I counted each chime as it echoed through the silent galleries. In the morning, Father Benedetti was gone. Another heart attack, sudden and peaceful. Saturday night, 3 bells. Monsignor Carafa. Sunday night, 2 bells. Sister Teresa. Each time, I stood somewhere different, trying to locate the source, to understand the mechanism. But the bells came from everywhere and nowhere. They filled the Vatican, like water filling a vessel, rising from the stones themselves. Tonight is Monday, the 7th night. I'm writing this in the security office at 11:45. In 32 minutes, I'll hear 1 bell, and someone will die. Someone who might have lived decades longer if I'd never heard that first set of 7 chimes on Tuesday night. The document from 1953 says Tommaso went to the Sistine Chapel after hearing the final bell. I don't know if that's protocol or compulsion. I don't know if I'll do the same, but I understand now why the rule exists. The bells aren't a warning. They're not a call to action or a cry for help. They're a countdown, a liturgy performed by something that requires the sound of bells, but not the bells themselves. Something that marks time and death. Stefano came by an hour ago. He didn't say anything, just left another red folder on my desk. Inside is a transfer form, already approved. If I sign it, I'll be reassigned to day shift, effective tomorrow. If I'm still here tomorrow, it's 12:15 now, 2 minutes. I can hear the wind outside, pressing against the ancient stones. I can hear the fountain in the courtyard, the hum of computers, the distant sound of Rome beyond the walls. And I'm waiting for the bell. 1 bell that will ring at 12:17, marking the 7th death in 7 nights. 1 bell that Tommaso heard 71 years ago, before whatever happened to him in the Sistine Chapel. I don't know if I'll go there after I hear it. I don't know what waits in that sacred space for guards who hear the countdown to its end, but I know this. The rule exists for a reason. If you hear bells between 10 at night and 5 in the morning, you are not hearing bells. And if you hear them anyway, you do not respond. 12:17. Not every image painted in the church was meant to be seen clearly. My name is Sofia Novak, and I've restored sacred art for 14 years. 10 of them working on contract for various dioceses throughout Europe, the last 4 based primarily in Rome. My specialty is medieval fresco work, the kind that requires weeks of careful analysis before a single brush touches the surface. You don't just clean centuries-old paint. You study it. You document every crack, every layer of previous restoration, every chemical change in the pigments. The work demands a particular kind of attention, the ability to notice what doesn't belong. In April of 2024, I was hired by the Vatican Museums to assess a fresco in the Chapel of San Zeno, a small oratory attached to the Church of Santa Prassede. Most tourists never see it. You need special permission to enter, and the chapel only accommodates 4 people comfortably. The fresco covers the entire apse, a Last Judgment rendered in the Byzantine style, probably completed around 1180 or 1190. Christ in majesty at the center, angels with trumpets, the saved ascending on the left, the damned descending on the right. Standard iconography, though unusually well preserved. The museums wanted documentation before they opened the chapel for a scholarly symposium in June. My job was to clean the surface gently, photograph every section at high resolution, and provide a condition report. Father Giuliano, from the museum's conservation department, gave me access on a Monday morning. The chapel was cold, despite the spring warmth outside, and very quiet, the kind of quiet that made you aware of your own breathing. Work carefully, Father Giuliano said as he unlocked the iron gate, separating the chapel from the main church. This fresco hasn't been touched since the 1950s. We don't know what's underneath. 70 years of candle smoke and incense residue. He paused at the threshold. I'll check on you each evening at 6. The gate locks from the outside for security. If you need to leave before then, there's an emergency release, but it triggers an alarm. I set up my equipment, scaffolding, full spectrum lighting, my cameras, and cleaning solutions. The fresco was magnificent, even under the grime. The colors would be extraordinary once cleaned. I started with the upper left quadrant, documenting and then gently testing cleaning methods on a small section of sky. The ultramarine blue emerged like it had been painted yesterday, deep and luminous. By the end of the first day, I'd cleaned perhaps 2 square feet of angels and sky. Standard progress. I photographed everything, packed my equipment, and waited for Father Giuliano to return at 6. That night, reviewing my photos at home, I noticed something in one of the wide shots I'd taken before beginning work. In the lower right corner of the fresco, the section depicting the damned, there was a figure I hadn't consciously registered. Not one of the damned souls themselves, but standing behind them, a tall, shrouded form in dark robes, painted almost the same color as the background, easy to miss in the dim chapel light. I zoomed in on the image. The figure wore a hood that obscured its face completely. Its posture suggested observation, hands clasped, head slightly bowed, as if studying the condemned souls before it. The style was consistent with the rest of the fresco, but the iconography was wrong. Last Judgment scenes don't include hooded observers. You have Christ, angels, saints, the saved, and the damned. Sometimes you see Satan or demons, but they're always clearly labeled by their grotesque features or their position in hell's mouth. This figure was different. Too human in proportion, too still, and there was something else, something about the way it was positioned, as if it were standing not in the painted space, but at the edge of it, looking in. I made a note to ask Father Giuliano about it. The second day, I worked on the central Christ figure, cleaning away decades of residue to reveal the gold leaf halo and the rich red of his robes. Meticulous work, requiring complete focus. I didn't think about the hooded figure until I was packing up and happened to glance at the lower right corner. The figure had moved, not dramatically, perhaps 6 inches to the left, closer to the cluster of damned souls, but it had definitely changed position. The angle of the shoulders was different. The hands, previously clasped, now hung at its sides. I checked my photos from yesterday. The figure was exactly where I'd first seen it, hands clasped. Standing at the far right edge, I looked at the fresco again. Same paint, same surface, no signs of tampering or overpainting. Fresco doesn't move. The pigment is absorbed into wet plaster. Once dry, it's permanent. I took new photographs, marking the position carefully. Then I examined the area with my magnifying lens. The paint was original, consistent with the surrounding 12th century work. No restoration, no additions. But the figure was in a different position than it had been 24 hours ago. When Father Giuliano arrived at 6, I showed him the photographs. He studied them in silence, his expression unreadable. "You're certain These are from yesterday, he asked. I timestamp everything. That's from 4:47 yesterday afternoon. This is from today, at 4:51. He was quiet for a long moment. Continue your work, he said finally. Document everything. I'll consult with the Conservation Committee. Father, should I be cleaning this fresco? If it's somehow, document everything. He repeated, we need to understand what we're dealing with before we make any decisions. I spent that evening researching medieval Last Judgment iconography, looking for any tradition of hooded observer figures. I found nothing. The symbolism was always explicit, every figure labeled by position, gesture, or attribute. Ambiguity was considered spiritually dangerous in sacred art. Images were meant to teach, to clarify doctrine, not to obscure it. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke from a dream I couldn't quite remember. Something about the chapel, about standing in front of the fresco while candles burned. The dream had the texture of memory, as if I'd actually been there, though I'd never been in the chapel outside of working hours. On the third day, I cleaned the section of Ascending Saved Souls. The work was absorbing, revealing faces painted with surprising individuality and care. Each soul had distinct features, expressions of joy and relief. Medieval artists often painted their patrons or local notables into these scenes. I photographed each face as I revealed it, noting the remarkable preservation of detail. At lunch, I walked down from the scaffolding and looked at the fresco as a whole. The hooded figure had moved again. It was now standing among the damned, no longer at the edge, but integrated into the composition. And it was taller than I'd initially thought, a head taller than the souls surrounding it. The proportions were subtly wrong, too, elongated, though you had to look carefully to notice. I measured the distance it had traveled over 3 days, roughly 2 feet, always moving left and slightly upward toward the center of the fresco where Christ sat in judgment. I called Father Giuliano. He didn't answer. I left a message describing what I'd found, then returned to work, but I couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the hooded figure, expecting to catch it in motion. The rational part of my mind knew this was impossible. Paint doesn't move, but another part, the part that had spent years in old churches, alone with centuries-old images, wasn't certain. On the 4th day, I arrived to find Father Giuliano waiting outside the chapel with 2 other priests I didn't recognize. They were older men, dressed in the black cassocks of Vatican clergy, and they watched me with careful attention. Sophia, Father Giuliano said, these are Father Marco and Father Tommaso from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. They'd like to observe your work today. I wanted to ask why the congregation was involved. They dealt with matters of theology and church discipline, not art conservation, but something about their presence made me simply nod and unlock the gate. The 3 priests followed me inside, but said nothing as I climbed the scaffolding and resumed work. I was cleaning the section of Christ's throne now, revealing intricate details in the carved wood, but I was acutely aware of the priests below and of the hooded figure in my peripheral vision. At noon, I descended for lunch. The hooded figure had moved again significantly this time. It was now standing directly behind Christ's throne, positioned as if it had always been part of the central composition. And for the first time, I could see inside the hood. There was a face there, pale, indistinct, but definitely a face. The features were blurred, as if seen through water, but I could make out eyes. They were looking directly at me. Father Giuliano, I said quietly, I think you should see this. The three priests approached. Father Marco pulled out a small leather-bound book and began reading something in Latin. Not a prayer I recognized, but something older, more formal. Father Tommaso made a sign of the cross. "How long have you been working here?" Father Marco asked. "This is the 4th day, and you've noticed the figure's progression." "Yes. Every day, it moves closer to the center." The priests exchanged glances. "You'll continue tomorrow," Father Marco said. "Complete your documentation. We need to understand the full scope before we act." "Act? How?" I asked. "What is this?" "Some images," Father Marco said carefully, "are not created by the artist alone. Sometimes a fresco becomes a doorway. The paint is not symbolic, but functional. This chapel was sealed in 1957 for a reason, and that documentation has been misplaced. We're reconstructing what happened." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the blurred face inside the hood, the eyes that had looked directly at me at 3:17. In the morning, my phone rang. "Father Giuliano, don't come tomorrow," he said. "We're sealing the chapel. Your work is finished. I haven't completed the documentation." "It's finished, Sophia." His voice was strained. "We reviewed your photographs. All of them. Including today's, and a long pause. In the section you cleaned yesterday, the ascending saved souls, there's a new face. 23rd from the bottom, left side. The paint is original 12th century work, integrated seamlessly with the surrounding composition. But it wasn't there in your photographs from 3 days ago." My hands went cold. "Whose face?" "Yours," he said quietly. "But painted among the damned, not the saved." The position changed.
"You're descending, Sophia."
And the hooded figure is now at the center of the fresco, where Christ should be. Christ has been displaced to the side, as if the composition is reorganizing itself around the figure. I tried to speak, but couldn't. "The chapel is being sealed tonight," Father Giuliano continued. "The fresco will be covered with a blessed cloth and not examined again. This has happened before in 1957, and once before that in 1891. Each time, the restorers sees themselves painted among the damned. Each time, we seal the chapel for decades, until the image fades back to its original composition." "What does it mean?" I whispered. "We don't know. Some images judge the viewer. Some require the viewer to complete them. This fresco seems to do both. The hooded figure is not part of the original composition. It appears when someone looks too long at the damned, when someone studies judgment with too much focus." The call ended. I received payment for my work, along with a confidentiality agreement I signed without reading. The chapel of San Zeno is closed now, marked for structural assessment. I've seen Father Giuliano twice since then, always at a distance. He doesn't acknowledge me. But sometimes, at 3:17 in the morning, I wake with the certainty that I'm being observed, and I remember that blurred face inside the hood, the eyes that looked directly at me. I remember my own face painted among the damned in 12th century pigments that shouldn't know my features. I don't restore sacred art anymore. I can't look at medieval Last Judgments without searching the shadows for hooded figures, without checking to see if any of the damned have my face. Because some images don't just depict judgment. They perform it, and in the chapel of San Zeno, beneath a blessed cloth, the fresco waits for the next person who will look too long at what humanity becomes when grace withdraws. The hooded figure is patient. It has waited centuries between viewers. It will wait centuries more. There are collections that must be counted every 7 days, and numbers that should never increase. My name is Henrik Brandt, and I've worked as an archivist in the Vatican secret archives for 9 years. I came to Rome from Copenhagen in 2015, drawn by the promise of working with documents that shaped Western civilization. My specialty is medieval correspondence, letters between monasteries, papal bulls, diplomatic exchanges. It's methodical work that requires linguistic precision and infinite patience. I've cataloged thousands of documents, each one a small window into the past. In October of 2024, I was reassigned to Section 9. I'd never heard of Section 9, which wasn't unusual. The archives contain over 85 kilometers of shelving, and no single archivist knows every collection. But when Father Giulio, the head archivist, gave me the assignment, something in his manner suggested this wasn't a routine transfer. Section 9 requires weekly inventory, he explained, handing me a copper key and a leather-bound ledger. Every Monday morning, before you begin cataloging, you count the volumes and record the number. This is mandatory. You do not skip a week, and you do not delegate this task. What's the collection? I asked. Personal papers, diaries mostly, acquired by the Church over several centuries. He paused, choosing his words carefully. The collection is active. You'll understand when you begin. Follow the protocols exactly as written. Henrik, and if you have questions, you come directly to me. No one else. Section 9 was located in sub-basement 2, accessible through a corridor. I passed hundreds of times without noticing the unmarked door at its end. The copper key opened 3 separate locks. Inside, the room was smaller than I expected. Perhaps 8 meters by 6, lined floor to ceiling with volumes bound in identical dark leather. A single wooden table sat in the center, with a lamp and a cushioned chair. The air was climate-controlled, precisely maintained at 18 degrees Celsius and 40% humidity. The ledger Father Giulio had given me was old, its entries dating back to 1793. Each Monday, an archivist had recorded a number. I flipped to the most recent entry, 417 volumes, dated October 7th, 2024. My predecessor's name was listed as Father Marco Tedesco. I began my first count that Monday, October 14th. The volumes weren't labeled conventionally. No titles on the spines, no author names. Instead, each had a small brass plate attached to its binding, stamped with a number. They were shelved in numerical order, starting with 1. I counted carefully, twice, to be certain. 421 volumes. I recorded the number in the ledger and examined the discrepancy. 4 additional volumes in 1 week. Perhaps Father Marco had miscounted. It happened, especially in collections this size. I selected Volume 1 to begin my cataloging work. The diary inside was handwritten in Italian, dated 1789, written by someone named Giuseppe Torini. The entries were unremarkable at first: daily observations, prayers, mundane concerns. But as I read further, the tone shifted. The entries began describing events that hadn't happened yet, written in future tense. Giuseppe would die, he wrote, on the 15th of March 1793, in his workshop, when a shelf of marble collapsed onto his chest. He described the accident in careful detail: the sound of splintering wood, the weight crushing his ribs, the taste of stone dust in his mouth as he struggled to breathe. The final entry, dated March 14th, 1793, read, "Tomorrow I will die as I have written. I know this with the certainty of lived memory. God forgive me for recording what should remain unknown." I checked the ledger. Volume 1 had been acquired by the Vatican on March 16, 1793, the day after Giuseppe Torini's death. I should have stopped reading then, should have gone to Father Giulio immediately. Instead, I opened Volume 2. A woman named Margherita Salvi. Her diary began in 1803 and ended with her death in 1806, drowned in the Tiber during the flood. Every detail precisely documented before it occurred. Volume 3. A priest who wrote of his death from fever in 1821. Volume 4. A merchant who described his murder in an alley in 1837, including the face of his killer and the words spoken as the knife entered his chest. Every volume followed the same pattern: ordinary diary entries that gradually transformed into detailed prophecies of death, written in future tense by people who somehow knew exactly how and when they would die. I worked through the week in a state of mounting unease. The diaries spanned 2 centuries, written in Italian, Latin, French, German, and languages I didn't recognize. Some deaths were peaceful, old age, illness. Others were violent. All were described with the same disturbing precision, as if the writers had witnessed their own deaths before they occurred. On Monday, October 21st, I performed the weekly count: 428 volumes, 7 new books in 1 week. I checked the shelves carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, any indication of how they'd arrived. The room had remained locked. I had the only key, and there was no other entrance. The new volumes were shelved in perfect numerical order, their leather bindings identical to the others, their brass plates freshly stamped. I opened volume 422. The handwriting was contemporary, the language English. A man named David Chen, living in Singapore. His diary began in 2023. The entries were mundane: work stress, family concerns, a vacation to Thailand. Then, dated November 8th, 2024, the tone shifted. I will die on December 2nd. I know this now with absolute certainty. The elevator in my building will malfunction. I will be trapped for 17 minutes before the cable snaps. The fall will take 3.4 seconds. I won't be alone. There will be 2 others with me, but I don't know their names yet. I checked the date. November 8th was 3 weeks away. David Chen was alive right now, somewhere in Singapore, and his diary was already here, in section 9, describing a death that hadn't happened yet. I went to Father Giulio's office immediately. He listened without interruption as I explained what I'd found, his expression growing increasingly grave. "You've been reading the volumes," he said quietly. "It wasn't a question. I'm supposed to catalog them. You're supposed to count them." He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "The volumes arrive on their own, Henrik. They always have. We don't know how or why. We only know that they appear when someone somewhere in the world becomes certain of their death, not afraid of it, not accepting it, certain. They somehow know exactly how they'll die, and their knowledge manifests. The diary writes itself into existence. That's impossible." "Yes," he agreed. "It is. Yet section 9 has been growing since 1793. Every week, more volumes appear, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes dozens. The Church has investigated. Naturally, we've tried to warn the people whose names appear. We've tried to prevent the deaths they describe. It doesn't work. The diaries are always accurate. Every prediction comes true. So we just catalog them, document people's deaths before they happen. We bear witness. Father Giulio said, "It's all we can do. The knowledge is a burden, Henrik, but it's sacred work. Someone must maintain the record." I returned to Section 9, but I couldn't continue cataloging. Instead, I sat at the wooden table and stared at the shelves, trying to comprehend a collection that grew on its own, fed by some mechanism that violated everything I understood about reality and time. That night, I couldn't sleep. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke with the absolute certainty that I needed to return to Section 9. I told myself it was anxiety, paranoia, but the feeling was overwhelming. Insistent, I dressed and took a taxi to the Vatican. The night guard recognized me and let me through without question. Archivists often keep irregular hours. I descended to sub-basement 2 and unlocked Section 9. The smell hit me first. Fresh leather, new paper. The scent of books that hadn't been there hours before. I turned on the lamp and counted 434 volumes, 6 new arrivals in less than a day. I checked the brass plates on the new volumes. 429 through 434. The numbers were sequential, freshly stamped, and the bindings were identical to all the others. I should have left, should have waited until morning to report this to Father Giulio. Instead, I opened volume 434, the newest arrival. The handwriting was my own. The diary began with yesterday's date, October 21st, 2024. My ordinary concerns, my work in the archives, my dinner at the small trattoria near my apartment. Every detail was perfect, written in my handwriting, in my voice. Then came the entry dated today, October 22nd, 3:17 in the morning. I am in Section 9. I have just opened this volume and begun to read. I understand now what the others understood. Not prediction, but certainty. The future becomes memory. I know what comes next. My hands were shaking. I turned the page. I will die on November 3rd at 9:42 in the evening. I will be in my apartment, alone. There will be no warning, no pain. My heart will simply stop. The autopsy will find nothing wrong, no disease, no defect. I will die because I have read this diary, because I have become certain of my death, and that certainty is somehow sufficient to make it real. The knowledge creates the event. The observation collapses the possibility into inevitability. I flipped through the remaining pages, more entries dated over the next 12 days, describing my growing awareness, my attempts to avoid the prophecy, my final acceptance. The last entry, dated November 3rd, read, "I understand now why Father Giulio warned me not to read the volumes, why the protocol requires only counting. Some knowledge is corrosive. It doesn't predict the future. It creates it by reading my own death. I have authored it. And now, like everyone else whose diary appears in Section 9, I cannot unwrite what I know with certainty to be true. In 8 hours and 17 minutes, my heart will stop. I have lived this moment already. I remember what comes after. The entry ended there. The remaining pages were blank. I sat in section 9 until dawn, holding my own diary, reading and rereading entries that described the next 12 days of my life with perfect accuracy. Not predictions, memories of things that hadn't happened yet. Father Giulio found me there at 6 in the morning. He looked at the open volume on the table and went very pale. "Henrik," he said softly, "what have you done?" "I couldn't help it," I said. My voice sounded distant, disconnected. "I had to know. No one has to know." He closed the diary gently and returned it to its place on the shelf. That's the lesson of section 9. That's why we count, but don't read. Some knowledge can't be unknown once it's learned. He sat with me for a long time. "Eventually," he said, "you have 12 days. I can arrange a leave of absence. Go home to Copenhagen. Be with your family." "It won't matter," I said. "The diary says I'll be alone in my apartment on November 3rd. Then don't go to your apartment that night." "I will, though, because I already have. Because the person who wrote that diary was me, and I remember making that choice." I looked at him. "How many other archivists have you lost to section 9? He didn't answer directly. "Father Marco Tedesco," he said finally. "Your predecessor. He died September 27th. Heart attack. Sudden and unexplained. He was 34 years old." He read his own diary. "I believe so. He stopped coming to the archives 3 weeks before his death. I couldn't reach him. When they found him, his apartment was full of medical books, printouts about cardiac health, supplements, and medications he'd been taking. He'd tried everything to prevent what he knew was coming." Father Giulio's voice was heavy with regret. It didn't help. "The diaries are always right. I've continued working in the archives, not in section 9. Father Giulio reassigned me immediately, but in my old section, cataloging medieval correspondence. Every Monday, someone else performs the count. I don't ask who. I don't ask what the current number is. It's October 30th now. 4 days remain. I can feel the certainty growing stronger each day, settling into my bones like knowledge I've always possessed, the future becoming memory. I know exactly what November 3rd will feel like. The quiet evening, the moment of stillness, the absence of pain or fear, just cessation. As natural and inevitable as breathing. I've tried to avoid my apartment. Stayed with friends, worked late, walked the city until exhaustion. But each night, I find myself returning there, because I already have, because the person who wrote that diary was me, 12 days in the future, remembering these exact thoughts. Tomorrow is November 1st, then November 2nd, then the evening of November 3rd at 9:42. I understand now what Giuseppe Turini meant when he wrote, "God forgive me for recording what should remain unknown." Some futures exist in potential until we observe them, and some observations are so certain, so absolute, that they collapse every other possibility. Section 9 grows by 7 volumes each week. Somewhere in the world, 7 people become certain of their deaths. Their diaries write themselves into existence and appear on those shelves, waiting to be counted but never read. I hope whoever replaces me follows the protocols more carefully than I did. I hope they only count the volumes and never open the ones that haven't yet been cataloged. Because there's still a shelf of unstamped diaries waiting for brass plates and numbers. And I know with the terrible certainty that Section 9 has taught me that one of them is already written, waiting for my replacement to discover, waiting to teach them what I've learned, that some archives don't preserve the past, they accumulate the future, one death at a time. There are places in the Vatican where time is kept differently, and doors that should never be the only option. My name is Father Christian Moretti, and I've served as administrative assistant to Cardinal Lombardi for 3 years. It's clerical work, mostly managing correspondence, coordinating schedules, maintaining records for the Secretariat of State. I'm 31 years old, ordained for 5 years, and until last month, I believed I understood the basic geography of Vatican City. I was wrong about that, as I was wrong about many things. It was a Tuesday evening in October of 2024 when Cardinal Lombardi called me to his office after Vespers. He sat behind his desk with the careful stillness of someone choosing his words precisely. On the desk between us lay a single copper key, tarnished with age, attached to a cord of braided red silk. "Father Christian," he began, "I'm assigning you a retrieval task. It's straightforward, but it requires attention to protocol." He slid the key across the desk. "This opens Vault 7 in the sub-archives. You're to retrieve a specific box, oak, approximately 30 centimeters square, labeled with the notation GL 1897. Bring it directly to me. Touch nothing else." I picked up the key. It was heavier than it looked, warm from the Cardinal's hand. "Of course, Your Eminence." "Which sub-archive level?" "The entrance is through the Apostolic Library, East Wing, behind the astronomical texts. Brother Giacomo will show you." He paused, and his expression shifted slightly. Not quite concern, but something adjacent to it. "Father Christian, you'll see doors marked with red wax seals. Under no circumstances are you to open those doors. This is not a suggestion. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Eminence. There may be other doors, unmarked or marked differently. If you must open a door to reach Vault 7, ensure it has no red seal. The box you're retrieving is important, but not urgent. If you have any doubt, any hesitation, return without it. Better to fail the task than to break that rule." The weight of his words settled over me like vestments. I'd served Cardinal Lombardi long enough to know he didn't speak in hypotheticals. Brother Giacomo met me at the library's east entrance 20 minutes later. He was perhaps 60, with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd spent decades in Vatican service. He led me through the main reading room, past the astronomical section, to a door I'd never noticed before. Plain wood, no marking, nearly invisible against the paneled wall. "The sub-archives," he said simply, producing a ring of keys. 7 levels. You want Vault 7, lowest level. Stay on the main corridor. Follow the copper plaques. Don't explore." He unlocked the door, revealing a stone staircase descending into darkness. "There's a light switch at each landing. The copper key opens Vault 7. Return it to Cardinal Lombardi. When you're finished, Brother Giacomo, the doors with red seals are not your concern," he said firmly. "Retrieve the box, nothing else." The staircase descended in a tight spiral, each landing marked with Roman numerals carved into the stone. The air grew cooler as I went down, carrying the scent of old paper and something else, incense perhaps, or the particular smell of places that have been sealed and sanctified. At each landing, I found the light switch Brother Giacomo had mentioned, illuminating the next section of stairs in pools of amber light. Level 7 was different from the others. The corridor was wider, the ceiling vaulted, and the walls lined with doors, heavy wooden doors, each fitted with iron hinges and handles worn smooth by centuries of use. And on every door I could see, pressed into the wood at eye level, a seal of red wax impressed with a symbol I didn't recognize. Every door except one. I walked slowly down the corridor, counting 12 doors on the left, 12 on the right, 24 sealed entrances to places I would never see, never know. The copper key felt heavy in my hand, a reminder of my single purpose here. The unsealed door was at the far end of the corridor, on the left. Unlike the others, it was marked with a brass plaque, the words etched in Latin. Recuperatio tantum, retrieval only. This had to be Vault 7. I'd been sent to retrieve something, and this was the only door I could open. The logic was simple, obvious. Yet I stood before it for a long moment, hesitating. Cardinal Lombardi had said, if I had any doubt, I should return without the box. But doubt about what? The door was clearly marked. It had no red seal. I inserted the copper key into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the door opened inward without sound. The room beyond was perhaps 10 meters square, lit by a single electric bulb that cast harsh shadows from the ceiling. The walls were lined with wooden shelves, and on every shelf sat hourglasses, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each one contained in a simple wooden frame. They were uniform in size, about 20 centimeters tall, and filled with sand in varying shades, from pure white to deep gray. Each hourglass bore a small brass nameplate attached to its frame. I stepped inside, looking for the oak box I'd been sent to retrieve. The shelves extended from floor to ceiling, organized in no system I could immediately discern. Some hourglasses were still running, sand trickling from upper bulb to lower. Others had run out completely, their lower chambers full. Still others were inverted, beginning their measure again. The nameplates were engraved with what appeared to be full names and years. I read a few as I walked deeper into the room. Alessandro Benedetti, 1847 to 1923. Maria Constanza Ferro, 1901-1970. Giuseppe Rinaldi, 1823 to 1891. Birth and death years. These were memorial pieces of some kind, I thought, perhaps commissioned by families, stored here as part of the Vatican's vast collection of devotional objects. Then I noticed the hourglass at the end of the nearest shelf. Its lower chamber was completely full. It had just finished running. The nameplate read, Cardinal Heinrich Vogel, 1941 to 2024. I knew that name. Cardinal Vogel had died 3 days ago. I'd seen the notice in the daily bulletin. Heart failure in his apartment. Peaceful. In his sleep. I moved to the next shelf, scanning the dates. All of them ended in years past, decades or centuries ago, except for 3 that I could see. One showed 2019, another 2021, and the one that had just emptied, 2024. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone to check the date, October 8th, 2024. Cardinal Vogel had died on October 5th. The sand in his hourglass had run out 3 days ago. I heard the footsteps, then, not running, measured, patient, advancing down the corridor toward the open door. Slow steps, perfectly even, like a processional march. I moved behind the nearest shelf, my heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps reached the doorway and stopped. I could see through the gaps in the shelves. The corridor outside was empty, or appeared empty, but I could hear breathing now, deep and rhythmic, as if someone stood just beyond the threshold, waiting. I pressed myself against the back wall, scanning desperately for the oak box I'd been sent to retrieve. I found it on a lower shelf near the corner, exactly as described, 30 centimeters square, with a brass plate reading GL 1897. I grabbed it, holding it against my chest like a shield. The breathing continued, patient, eternal. I had to leave. I had to walk past that doorway, past whatever stood in the corridor. The copper key was still in the lock, and I couldn't leave without it. Cardinal Lombardi had been explicit about returning it. I counted to 3, then moved, fast, but not running. I kept my eyes straight ahead, focused on the key. I didn't look at the corridor. Didn't look to see what stood there, breathing in the darkness. My hand closed around the key, and I pulled it from the lock. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click, and suddenly the breathing stopped. The corridor was silent, empty. Every door still sealed with red wax, exactly as before. I walked back toward the stairs, forcing myself to maintain a steady pace. At each landing, I climbed up and found the next light switch, illuminating my path, while the level below fell into darkness. 7 levels. 7 minutes that felt like hours. Brother Giacomo was waiting at the top, and if he noticed my pallor or my shaking hands, he said nothing. He simply locked the door behind me and led me back through the library. Cardinal Lombardi received the box in his office without comment. He took the copper key, examined it briefly, then locked both in his desk drawer. "Thank you, Father Christian. That will be all. Your Eminence, the room, the hourglasses. That will be all," he repeated, and his tone made it clear the conversation was finished. I've served Cardinal Lombardi for another month since then. We've never discussed that night. The copper key remains in his desk drawer. Brother Giacomo nods to me when we pass in the corridors, but we don't speak. Last week, I saw a notice in the daily bulletin. Brother Giacomo had requested early retirement, effective immediately. He's being transferred to a monastery in Umbria, a contemplative order. I understand why. Because I've learned to notice the obituaries now, every death announcement, and 3 days before each one, I wake at 3:17 in the morning, with the absolute certainty that somewhere beneath the Vatican, in a room marked retrieval only, an hourglass has just run empty. I think about those measured footsteps in the corridor. That patient, eternal breathing. And I understand now why every other door was sealed with red wax, to ensure there was only one option, only one door we could open. We're told never to open the sealed doors, but the unsealed door isn't a kindness or an exception. It's an invitation, and somewhere in that vault, on shelves I didn't have time to search, there are hourglasses still running, names and years not yet complete, the sand still falling, grain by grain, marking time in a place where time is kept differently. I don't know whose name is on mine. I don't know how much sand remains, but I know that when it empties, something will come walking down that corridor, patient and measured and eternal, to collect what has been measured out. Some doors are marked with warnings, others are marked with purposes, and in the deepest vaults of the Vatican, we learn too late that the door we're permitted to open may be the most dangerous of all. There are prayers meant to be finished, and prayers that must remain incomplete. My name is Yuki Tanaka, and I've worked as a manuscript specialist in the Vatican secret archives for 4 years. I came to Rome from Kyoto in 2020, drawn by the opportunity to work with some of the oldest Christian documents in existence. My specialty is medieval liturgical texts, psalters, breviaries, prayer books, the everyday instruments of faith that reveal how people actually practice their religion across centuries. I catalog them, photograph them, and occasionally translate passages that have remained unexamined for generations. The work suits me. It's quiet and methodical, requiring the kind of focused attention I've always found meditative. Most days I work alone in the temperature-controlled rooms of the archives, surrounded by documents that smell of old vellum and oak gall ink. The Vatican has more than 50 miles of shelving. In 4 years, I've barely scratched the surface. In October of 2024, I was cataloging a collection of 14th century manuscripts from the Avignon papacy when I found something that shouldn't have been there. A prayer scroll, tightly wound and sealed with wax, that bore no seal or insignia, just smooth red wax, unmarked. The scroll itself was vellum, stained dark with age, and tied with a silk cord that had faded from what might once have been purple to a dusty gray. I logged it in my catalog as item 473, noting the approximate date, 1349, based on the script and material, and carefully broke the seal. The vellum unrolled to reveal a prayer written in medieval Latin. The calligraphy was beautiful, each letter formed with precise devotion, and the margins were decorated with small illustrations of angels and stars. But something about it felt wrong. The prayer was structured as a litany, with repeated invocations and responses. But the final line, the last verse that should have completed the devotional structure, had been crossed out, not erased or scraped away, which was common in medieval manuscripts, but deliberately obscured with heavy black ink. Someone had wanted to preserve the words beneath, while ensuring they could never be read. I photographed the scroll and took it to Father Pietro, the archive's senior paleographer. He's Italian, perhaps 60, with the patient demeanor of someone who spent his life in contemplation of ancient texts. When I showed him the scroll, his expression changed in a way I'd never seen before. "Where did you find this?" His voice was quiet, careful. "In the Avignon collection, box 47. It was misfiled with some household accounts from. It shouldn't have been in your section." He rolled the scroll closed, his movements gentle but definite. "This is a restricted document. It belongs to the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. I've cataloged restricted materials before. What makes this different?" Father Pietro hesitated, and in that hesitation, I understood that he was deciding how much to tell me. "The scroll describes a prayer still in use," he said finally. "Active liturgical practice. Those materials follow different protocols. A prayer from 1349 that's still being recited continuously," he said, "since the year it was written." He handed the scroll back to me. "Return it to me, and I'll ensure it reaches the proper archive. And Yuki," he looked at me, with an expression I couldn't quite interpret, "don't attempt to read what's been crossed out. Some texts are obscured for good reason." I should have listened. I should have simply returned the scroll and continued with my catalog work. But that night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't stop thinking about it. A prayer recited continuously for 675 years. What kind of devotion required that? What did it mean that the final verse had been deliberately hidden? I took out my photographs and examined them on my computer, zooming in on the crossed-out section. The black ink was thick, but digital enhancement allowed me to see traces of the text beneath. I worked for 3 hours, adjusting contrast and brightness, slowly revealing the words that someone in 1349 had tried to hide. The final verse was only 2 lines, written in the same careful script as the rest, and in the silence after the final word, "Let that which waits be known and heard." I felt cold reading those words. They didn't sound like a prayer ending. They sounded like an invocation, an opening rather than a closing. The next morning, I returned the scroll to Father Pietro as instructed. He accepted it without comment and locked it in a copper-banded box that required 2 keys. I didn't mention what I'd discovered in the crossed-out text. Something about his careful handling of the scroll told me that he already knew, but I couldn't let it go. That afternoon, I searched the archive's database for references to continuous prayer practices. There were several perpetual adoration chapels, monastic communities with unbroken liturgical schedules, but nothing that matched a specific prayer from 1349. Then I found a reference in an administrative document from 1867, a budget allocation for Chapel of Perpetual Supplication, staffing rotation. The chapel wasn't named in any architectural records I could find, but the document listed a location, sublevel 2, East Wing, accessed through the Apostolic Library. I'd been to sublevel 2 before. It housed overflow storage and some climate-controlled manuscript vaults, but I'd never noticed a chapel. The following day, I volunteered to retrieve some 15th century codices from the sublevel vaults. The librarian on duty was young and distracted, and he barely glanced at my access request. I descended alone, past the main vault areas, following the corridor eastward, until I reached a section I'd never explored. The chapel was there, behind an unmarked wooden door. I knew it was the right place because I could hear it, a voice, low and rhythmic, reciting Latin phrases. I stood outside for several minutes, listening. The prayer was the same one from the scroll. I was certain of it, the litany structure, the repeated invocations, but the voice never finished. It would recite up to a certain point, then pause, and another voice would take over, beginning again from the start. I opened the door carefully. The chapel was small, perhaps 4 meters square, with a simple stone altar and no windows. 2 priests knelt in prayer, one actively reciting from a scroll mounted on a reading stand, the other waiting in silent preparation. Neither acknowledged my entrance. Candles provided the only light, and in that flickering illumination I could see that the walls were covered with tally marks. Thousands of them, carved into the stone. Each one, I realized, might represent a complete recitation. The priest, who was praying, looked exhausted. His voice was hoarse, and his hands trembled as they gripped the edges of the reading stand. As I watched, he reached the end of a verse, the same point where the scroll I'd found had been crossed out, and paused. The second priest immediately began the prayer again from the beginning. They never finished it. That was the pattern. Recite to the penultimate verse. Stop. Begin again. An endless loop maintained through rotating shifts of priests, unbroken for nearly 7 centuries. I was backing toward the door when the praying priest suddenly gasped and collapsed. He fell sideways, his body hitting the stone floor with a terrible finality. The second priest rushed to him, calling for help, and in the chaos, I did something I'll never be able to explain or justify. I stepped forward to the reading stand. The scroll was still there, held open by wooden weights. The prayer was visible, each line in that same medieval script I'd studied the night before. And there, at the bottom, was the crossed-out section. But on this scroll, the words beneath were faintly visible, worn thin by centuries of careful avoidance. The second priest was focused on his collapsed colleague, checking for breath, for pulse. The prayer had stopped. For the first time in 675 years, the chapel was silent. I thought of all those tally marks on the walls, all those recitations, never completed, all that devotion directed at keeping something unfinished. And I thought of the final verse I deciphered the night before. Out of respect for the fallen priest, out of some misguided sense that prayers should be completed, I read the last two lines aloud. And in the silence after the final word, let that which waits be known and heard. The candles went out. All of them, simultaneously, as if extinguished by a single breath. In the darkness that followed, I heard nothing. No movement, no breathing, not even the ambient sounds that fill every space. Just absolute, complete silence. The kind of silence that has weight and presence, that presses against your eardrums and makes you aware of your own heartbeat. Then from somewhere very far away, or perhaps very close, I couldn't tell, I heard something begin to listen. I can't describe it better than that. Not a sound, but an attention, a focus that hadn't existed before, now directed toward our world, our space, our moment. Something that had been bound by incompletion, by the endless repetition of an unfinished prayer, was now free to hear us. The lights came back on. Emergency lighting, harsh and fluorescent. The second priest was staring at me with an expression of absolute horror. The collapsed priest was being attended to by security staff, who must have been called during those moments of darkness. Father Pietro arrived within minutes. He didn't speak to me. He simply took my arm and escorted me out of the chapel, through corridors I'd never seen before, until we emerged in a section of the apostolic library I didn't recognize. "What have you done?" he asked, and his voice was shaking. I tried to explain. The respect for completion, the fallen priest, the final verse. But as I spoke, I realized how hollow it sounded. I'd broken something, some ancient binding maintained through centuries of disciplined incompletion. Every clock in the Vatican stopped at the same second, Father Pietro said. Security systems failed. The atomic clock in the observatory recorded the exact moment, but the timestamp is impossible. It shows a date from 1349. He looked at me with an expression I recognize now as fear. The prayer was written during the Black Death. Half of Europe was dying. Do you understand? It was written as a binding, a way to contain something that was listening during all that death. And now you've completed it. They transferred me the next day, not dismissed, but relocated to the Vatican's diplomatic archives, documents about trade agreements and ambassadorial correspondence, nothing liturgical, nothing ancient. My security clearance for the secret archives was revoked. I never saw Father Pietro again. I heard he'd been reassigned to a monastery in the Apennines. The chapel is sealed now. I know this because I tried to return to it once, to apologize, to somehow undo what I'd done, but the door's gone, just a blank wall where it used to be, as if it had never existed, but the prayer continues. I learned this from an administrative document I saw accidentally, a budget allocation for increased staffing at an undisclosed location. 6 priests now rotating in pairs, reciting continuously. They've started the prayer again, from the beginning, never reaching the end. But something has changed. The prayer now requires constant recitation. No pauses, no single moment of silence. Because in silence, something listens, and what listens now knows that it can be heard. I still wake at 3:17 in the morning, always the same time. And in those moments between sleep and waking, I hear it, not with my ears, but with something deeper, an attention that's aware of me, specifically me, the one who spoke the words that freed it from 7 centuries of binding. I don't know what was contained by that prayer. I don't know what I released, but I know that somewhere in the Vatican, in a chapel that may or may not appear on any map, 6 priests are praying without ceasing. And I know that they can never stop, never pause, never let silence fall, because something is listening now. And it knows my name. There are doors in the Vatican that appear only when they wish to be found. My name is Matteo Conte, and I've worked night security in the Apostolic Palace for 14 years. My route covers the secret archives, the private chapels, and the administrative corridors between the palace and the library. I walk the same paths every night, 2 circuits between 10 in the evening and 6 in the morning, checking locks, documenting temperatures, ensuring the preservation systems function properly. It's solitary work, but I prefer it that way. The Vatican at night feels like what it truly is, a repository of centuries, holding its breath in darkness. I know every door, every corridor, every staircase in my jurisdiction. I've memorized the creak of the 4th step leading to the map room, the way the light falls through the archive windows at 2 in the morning, the particular echo my footsteps make in the Borgia apartments. After 14 years, the building speaks to me in small, consistent ways. That's why I knew immediately, on the night of November 7th, 2024, that something was wrong. I was completing my first circuit through the archives, Section 4, which houses diplomatic correspondence from the 18th century. The air was cool and still, the climate control humming its familiar rhythm. I just checked the hygrometer readings when I noticed a door at the end of the corridor that I'd never seen before. Not ajar, not hidden, simply there, as if it had always existed. It was wooden, ancient looking, with iron hinges that showed centuries of oxidation. There was no lock, no handle, just a small copper plate at chest height, worn smooth by countless hands. The wood itself seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight, rather than reflect it. I checked my floor plan. The corridor should have ended at the wall where I stood every night. I'd walked past this exact spot thousands of times. There had never been a door. I radioed to the Central Security Office. Marco was on duty. A good man. 20 years of service. Unflappable. Marco, I'm in Archive Section 4, East Corridor. There's a door here that's not on the plans. A pause. East Corridor ends at the wall, Matteo. There's no door. I'm looking at it. Another pause. Longer this time. Don't open it. I'm checking the restricted access logs. I waited, studying the door. There was something about its placement that felt deliberate, as if it had been concealed not by lock or wall, but by intention, by agreement not to see it. Marco came back on the radio, and his voice was different, careful. Matteo, I need you to describe exactly what you see. Wooden door, old iron hinges, copper plate where the handle should be. I stopped, The copper plate had an inscription, so worn I'd almost missed it. I leaned closer with my flashlight. Latin, of course. Descensus ad locum nullum. Descent to no place, Marco translated quietly. Matteo, listen to me carefully. You need to document this and return to the security office immediately. Do not open that door. Do you understand? I understand, but I didn't leave. Something about the door commanded attention. Not curiosity exactly, but a sense of obligation, as if it had appeared specifically for me. At this moment, and walking away would be a form of cowardice. I took photographs from multiple angles, recording the time and location. Then, I did what 14 years of training told me not to do. I touched the copper plate. The door swung inward silently, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. The stairs were stone, worn smooth in their centers by centuries of use. The air that rose from below was cold and carried a scent I couldn't identify. Not decay, not dust, but something older, something like stone that has never seen sunlight. My radio crackled. Matteo, 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 respond. I should have answered. Instead, I began to descend. The staircase spiraled downward in a tight helix. I counted. The steps, 12, 24, 47, far deeper than any basement level I knew. The walls were bare stone, unmarked, and my flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet ahead, as if the darkness itself had substance. At step 103, the stairs ended. I emerged into a small chamber, perhaps 3 meters square. The ceiling was low, the walls bare stone like the staircase. There was no other exit, no other door. Just walls, and the torch. It burned in an iron sconce on the far wall, its flames steady and smokeless. Impossible, because there was no ventilation, no source of oxygen that should sustain combustion, but it burned as if it had been burning for centuries, waiting for someone to arrive. Beneath the torch stood a stone chair. It was simple, carved from a single piece of granite, facing the blank wall. The seat was worn smooth, polished by use. On it lay a folded garment, white silk trimmed with gold, a papal robe, and beside the robe, a piece of paper. My hand shook as I picked it up. The handwriting was elegant, precise, in Italian. The ink was faded, but legible. If you are reading this, I did not return. Do not sit. Do not wait for me. He is patient. There was no signature, no date, but the paper itself was old. The texture and color suggested early 20th century at the latest. I looked at the chair, then at the wall it faced. The stone was smooth, unmarked, but as I stood there in the torchlight, I began to see something. Not carved into the stone, but suggested by the shadows, the hint of a shape, a figure, perhaps, or a doorway. Something that existed at the edge of perception, visible only when you weren't looking directly at it. My radio was still crackling, Marco's voice distant and urgent. I should have left. Every instinct told me to climb those stairs and seal the door behind me, but I found myself wondering, who had sat in this chair? Who had worn that papal robe and descended to this impossible chamber to face a blank wall? And what had they been waiting for? The note said, "He is patient." Not it. I thought about the torch, burning without fuel, without air. I thought about the door that appeared only when it chose to be seen. I thought about 14 years of walking the same corridors and all the doors I'd passed without seeing. How many other staircases existed in the Vatican? How many other chambers waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? I stepped closer to the chair. The papal robe was perfectly preserved, as if it had been folded there yesterday rather than decades ago. I could see the quality of the stitching, the gold thread worked into the hem. This had belonged to someone important, someone who had descended these stairs knowing they might not return. The wall began to change, not moving. The stone remained still, but the shadow figure became clearer. I could see the suggestion of robes now, of hands clasped in prayer or supplication. A shape that might have been a face, though the features shifted whenever I tried to focus on them, and I understood with absolute certainty that something was looking back at me, not through the wall. The wall was the barrier, the thing that kept it, contained. Whatever stood on the other side had been waiting there for centuries, patient and eternal, hoping for someone to sit in that stone chair and wait with it, to keep it company in its vigil, to eventually take its place. My radio died with a final crackle. The torch flame flickered once, though there was no breeze, and in the sudden silence, I heard something. Breathing, slow, measured, coming from the other side of the wall, or perhaps from the chair itself, or perhaps from the torch, from the very stone around me. The breathing of something that had waited so long, it had become part of the chamber, part of the Vatican itself. I ran up the stairs, counting them backward, my flashlight beam wild against the stone. 103, 97, 82. The breathing followed me, steady and patient, never quickening, never falling behind. At step 47, my flashlight died. I climbed in darkness, guided only by touch and memory. I burst through the door into Archive Section 4 and fell to my hands and knees. When I turned to look back, the doorway was gone, just the wall, solid and unmarked, as it had been for 14 years. Marco found me there 20 minutes later. He helped me to the security office and brought me water. He didn't ask what I'd seen. Instead, he opened a locked drawer and removed a red-stamped folder. There are 47 documented cases, he said quietly, of staff finding that staircase. 47, going back to 1891. You're the 48th. He showed me the log, names, dates, brief descriptions. Most had descended part way and returned. A few had reached the bottom. 2 names had check marks beside them. Both were listed as transferred within days of their reports. The chair? I asked. No one sits, Marco said. That's the rule. No one sits. No one waits. The note is a warning from Pope Benedict XV. He went down there in 1922, during a period of, he paused, disturbances. He left the note in his ceremonial robe. He sealed the door afterward, but it opens sometimes. We don't know why. What's on the other side of the wall? Marco closed the folder. Nothing. The wall is solid stone, 20 meters thick, extending in all directions. The chamber shouldn't exist. The staircase shouldn't exist. But they do, and something waits there, and has been waiting since long before we built the Vatican on that ground. I've continued my rounds, but I no longer walk Archive Section 4. I requested reassignment to the library wing, and it was granted without question. Sometimes, at 3:17 in the morning, I wake in my apartment and feel that I'm being watched, not by something present, but by something patient, something that knows. I found the stairs, that I stood before the chair, that I felt its attention. Last week, a new night guard started, young, eager, transferred from museum security. I saw him studying the floor plans, asking questions about the older sections. I wanted to warn him, but Marco caught my eye and shook his head slightly. Because the door only appears when it chooses, and warnings only make people curious. Some nights, when the Vatican is quiet and the weight of centuries presses close, I wonder about that papal robe. I wonder if Benedict XV sat in that chair, faced that wall, and heard that breathing. I wonder if he understood what was required of him, not to banish it or seal it, but simply to keep it company for a while. To wait with something that cannot stop waiting. The torch still burns. I'm certain the chair still faces the wall. The breathing continues, patient and eternal, and somewhere in the Vatican's endless corridors, a door is preparing to appear again. For the 49th time, there are prayers that should never be answered, and doors that must never be opened. My name is Anya Fedorov, and I've spent 15 years restoring sacred architecture across Europe. I specialize in structural conservation, the unglamorous work of repairing foundations, treating water damage, and stabilizing stonework before the decorative artists arrive. It's technical work that requires precision and patience, and it's brought me to basilicas and cathedrals from Prague to Palermo. In April of 2024, I was contracted by the Vatican's Fabbriche di San Pietro to assess a side chapel in the Basilica of Santa Maria in Trastevere. The chapel had been closed to the public since the 1960s due to structural concerns, cracks in the walls, settling in the foundation, the usual problems with buildings that have stood for centuries. The Vatican wanted a comprehensive survey before deciding whether to restore or permanently seal the space. The chapel was small, perhaps 4 meters square, accessible through a narrow passage off the main nave. Father Giuliano, who served as my liaison with the Fabbriche, unlocked the iron gate that barred the entrance. The lock was modern, installed sometime in the last 50 years, but the gate itself was medieval thick iron bars set into a stone frame. This was the chapel of the unnamed intercessor, Father Giuliano explained as we entered. He was in his 60s, with the measured speech of someone who chose his words carefully. Built in 1327 by Cardinal Pietro Colonna, it fell out of liturgical use in the 1600s. The chapel was dark and cold, despite the spring warmth outside. My flashlight revealed walls thick with dust and a simple stone altar against the far wall. Behind the altar stood a life-sized marble statue of a saint in monastic robes, arms outstretched in a gesture that could have been blessing or supplication. The face was serene, but worn, the features smoothed by age. What struck me immediately was the statue's orientation. Most altar statues faced the congregation, but this one faced away, toward the wall behind it. No, not the wall, a doorway. The door was ancient, made of wood, so dark it was almost black, bound with iron straps that had rusted into the stone frame. It had been sealed with lead and blessed wax, the kind of ecclesiastical closure I'd only seen in books about medieval containment practices. That door, I said. Where does it lead? Father Giuliano was quiet for a moment. Nowhere. Not anymore. He moved to the altar and ran his hand along the stone. Your assessment should focus on the structural integrity of the walls and foundation. The door is not to be disturbed. I've worked on enough church properties to recognize when something is being left unsaid, but my job was structural assessment, not theological inquiry, so I began my work. I set up my equipment, moisture meters, crack monitors, laser levels, and started documenting the chapel's condition. The walls showed significant settling, particularly around the doorway. The cracks radiated from the doorframe in a pattern that suggested either the door was bearing weight it wasn't designed for, or something had pushed against it from the other side. The seal appeared intact, but the wood itself was sound. No rot, no insect damage. After 700 years, it should have been dust. Over the next 3 days, I mapped every crack, measured every deviation from true, and took samples of the mortar and stone. The structural problems were real but not catastrophic. The chapel could be stabilized with proper intervention, but the door troubled me. The patterns around it didn't match typical settling. They looked almost organic, as if the stone had grown around the frame. On the 4th day, I began researching the chapel's history. The Vatican library had little, just a brief mention in Cardinal Colonna's building accounts from 1327, and a notation in a 1643 maintenance log that the chapel had been closed for pastoral concerns. But in the Archivio Segreto, I found something more, a red-stamped folder marked with the chapel's dedication, Chapel of the Unnamed Intercessor. The file required special permission to access. Father Giuliano authorized it, though I noticed his hand trembled slightly as he signed the request form. The documents inside were fragmentary, copies of older texts, some in Latin, others in medieval Italian. They told the story of a Franciscan friar named Brother Tommaso, who had lived in the 1300s. He'd been known for his extreme piety and his meditations on divine mercy. According to one account, he'd become obsessed with understanding how God could show mercy to all souls while maintaining perfect justice. In 1326, Brother Tommaso had undertaken a 40-day fast in a hermitage outside Rome. On the final day, he'd offered a prayer. He asked to take the place of death for a single day, so that he might understand the burden of mercy, of seeing every soul, judging every life, and determining every passage. The prayer was granted. The text didn't describe what happened during that day. It said only that Brother Tommaso returned changed in nature and obligation, and that Cardinal Colonna had built the chapel to house what the friar had become. The statue wasn't a representation of Brother Tommaso. It was carved from his living body, transformed by his prayer into marble that still contained his consciousness, and the door behind him was what he'd become responsible for maintaining. The document ended with a note added in a different hand, dated 1598. The threshold must not be opened. The intercessor holds his post. All cardinals of Santa Maria pray for his endurance and our protection. I read the document 3 times, trying to reconcile medieval mysticism with the structural reality I'd been measuring. But the crack patterns around the door, I couldn't ignore them. They didn't radiate out. They converged inward toward the door, as if something had been pulling at the stone from the other side. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Brother Tommaso's prayer, about what it meant to replace death for even a single day. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke with absolute clarity. The prayer hadn't been for a day. It had been granted in perpetuity. Brother Tommaso had become a threshold, a doorway between life and death, and the sealed door was the physical manifestation of his office. The statue didn't face the door. The statue was the door, or rather the keeper of it, and for 700 years, he'd stood there, arms outstretched, holding something closed. The next morning, I returned to the chapel. I told myself I needed to take additional measurements around the door frame to document the crack patterns more thoroughly. But really, I needed to see it again to understand what I was looking at. Father Giuliano wasn't available, so a younger priest, Father Marco, let me in. He seemed nervous, checking his watch repeatedly as I set up my equipment near the altar. I was photographing the door frame when I noticed something I'd missed before. The blessed wax seal wasn't uniform. In several places, it had been recently renewed. The wax was cleaner, less yellowed than the surrounding material. Someone was maintaining the seal, reinforcing it periodically. Father Marco, I said, how often is this seal renewed? He went pale. I don't know what you mean. The wax. It's been replaced in sections. Recently, he looked at the door, then at me, then at his watch again. I should check with Father Giuliano before. The crack came from behind the door. Not a knock, not something striking the wood. A crack, like ice breaking on a frozen lake, deep and resonant. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. Father Marco dropped to his knees immediately, hands clasped in prayer. His voice was rapid, desperate. Domin misere, Domin misere, Domin misere. I stood frozen, watching the door. The wood was absolutely still, but I could feel something, a pressure change in the chapel, as if the air had become heavier. My ears popped. Then I noticed the statue. The arms, which had been outstretched in supplication, had moved, just slightly, perhaps a centimeter. But marble doesn't move. The hands were now pressed together, fingers interlaced, as if pushing against something invisible. Another crack. Louder this time. A hairline fracture appeared in the wax seal, running from the top of the door frame to the bottom. Father Marco was still praying, but now he was crying, his voice breaking. Not yet, Brother Tommaso, not yet. We are not ready. Domin miserere. I understood then what I was seeing. The statue wasn't decorative. It was functional. Brother Tommaso was still holding the threshold, still performing his office, still standing between the living world and whatever lay beyond that door, and the seal wasn't keeping something out. It was helping him keep it closed. The pressure in the chapel intensified. I felt it in my chest, in my bones, a weight that had nothing to do with gravity. It was the weight of attention, of being noticed by something vast and patient. Father Marco stood abruptly and grabbed my arm. We have to leave. Now. But the door, the cardinal is coming. This is beyond us. He pulled me from the chapel, locked the iron gate, and practically ran down the passage. Behind us, I heard another crack, and then something else, a sound like breathing, deep and slow, coming from the other side of the sealed door. We emerged into the main basilica to find 3 cardinals already waiting, along with Father Giuliano. They didn't ask questions. They simply walked past us toward the chapel, carrying vessels of blessed oil and salt. Father Giuliano stayed behind. He looked at me with an expression of profound exhaustion. Your structural assessment is complete, he said. The chapel will be reinforced, but the work will be done by church engineers. Your services are no longer required. What's happening back there? Maintenance, he said quietly. The seal is renewed monthly, sometimes more often. If there's strain. Today there was strain. He paused. Brother Tommaso has held his post for 700 years. He will continue to hold it. The door will remain closed, and if it doesn't, Father Giuliano looked at me for a long moment. Then Brother Tommaso's prayer will finally end, and death will have his day back. All the passages he's held closed for 7 centuries will open at once. He touched the rosary at his belt. Your report should note structural instability around the altar area and recommend permanent closure. Nothing more. I submitted my report that afternoon. The chapel was sealed 2 days later. Not just the iron gate, but the entrance passage itself, filled with concrete and blessed by 3 bishops. I've been back to Rome twice since then, but I haven't returned to Santa Maria in Trastevere. I don't need to. I still wake at 3:17 in the morning, feeling that same pressure in my chest, that weight of something patient and vast, waiting on the other side of a door that a saint has held closed for 700 years. I think about Brother Tommaso, frozen in marble, arms forever pressed together in prayer or effort, or both. I think about what it means to take death's place for a day and discover the day never ends. The cardinals pray the door stays closed. Now I understand they're not praying for us. They're praying for him, that his strength endures, that his prayer continues, that he can hold the threshold until the end of all things. Because if Brother Tommaso ever lets go, if his 700-year vigil ever fails, it won't just be one door that opens. It will be all of them. There are names the Church has forgiven, but can never allow to be remembered. My name is Samuel Okonkwo, and I've served as an archivist in the Vatican secret archives for 8 years. I came to Rome from Lagos in 2016 with a doctorate in medieval history and a calling to preserve the Church's documentary heritage. My work involves cataloging papal correspondence, authenticating manuscripts, and maintaining the environmental controls that keep centuries of paper and parchment from deteriorating into dust. It's solitary work, conducted in silence among documents that most people will never see. I've always found comfort in that silence, the sense that I'm stewarding something larger and older than myself. The archives occupy multiple buildings connected by corridors that don't appear on any public map. Some sections require special authorization. Others require keys that hang in the office of the prefect, Monsignor Bellini, who's overseen the archives for 23 years. He's a careful man, precise in his movements, and sparing with words. In 8 years, I've never seen him hurried or uncertain until November of 2024. I was working in the index section, the area containing documents related to censored books and suppressed theological materials, when Monsignor Bellini entered carrying a leather case I'd never seen before. His face was drawn, and he moved with the heaviness of someone who'd been awake too long. "Samuel," he said, "I need your assistance with a special project. It requires discretion." He led me to a storage room I'd passed 1,000 times but never entered. It required 2 keys, one copper, one iron, and opened onto a space no larger than a confessional. Inside was a single shelf holding 11 leather-bound ledgers, each approximately 30 centimeters tall, their spines unmarked. "The Registry of Absolution," Monsignor Bellini said quietly. "These contain names of individuals who received papal absolution for sins of such gravity that the Church deemed it necessary to remove them from all earthly records. Birth certificates destroyed, baptismal records expunged, every written trace eliminated. The names exist only here." He pulled one ledger from the shelf. The binding was cracked with age, the leather dried and fragile. Once each year, on All Souls' Day, a designated priest reads these names aloud in the Chapel of the Forgotten, which is located in the East Wing sub-basement. The ritual ensures they remain in God's memory while fading from human consciousness. It's a form of continued absolution. A mercy, really. These souls have been forgiven, but their sins were such that remembering them would cause harm. What kind of harm? I asked. Monsignor Bellini's expression was difficult to read. Spiritual disturbance. The names carry weight. Memory can be a form of resurrection. Samuel, and not all resurrections are holy. He set the ledger on a small reading table. I'm scheduled to perform the ritual tomorrow evening, but I've been called to an emergency conclave in Milan. I need you to catalog these ledgers, count the entries, verify the dates, ensure the records are complete. But you must not read the names aloud. Never aloud. Do you understand? I nodded, though I didn't fully understand. Not then. Work here, in this room, he continued. Don't remove the ledgers. Don't photograph them. And Samuel, finish before All Souls' Day. The ritual cannot be delayed. He left me with the copper and iron keys, and I began. The ledgers dated back to 1712. Each entry contained a name, a date of absolution, and a brief notation in Latin describing the nature of the sin. Though the descriptions were heavily abbreviated, almost coded, the handwriting changed across the centuries, but the format remained consistent. Name, date, notation. Some entries had additional marks, small crosses or symbols I didn't recognize. By the third ledger, I noticed a pattern. Certain names had a second date, written in the margin, always years or decades after the absolution. I assumed these were death dates, but they weren't marked with the usual abbreviations for died or departed. Instead, they were preceded by a single word, recursus, returned. I worked through the afternoon and into evening, counting entries and making notes. There were over 4,000 names, spanning 3 centuries. The most recent entry was dated April of 2009, a name I won't write here, with a notation so brief I couldn't decipher its meaning. As I worked, I became aware of the room's oppressive stillness. The archives are always quiet, but this was different. A silence that felt deliberate, maintained. The air didn't circulate. Sound didn't carry. It was as if the room existed slightly apart from the rest of the building. I was midway through the 8th ledger when I found an entry that stopped me. The name was African, the first I'd encountered in the registry. The date of absolution was March of 1947, and the notation read, Fratricide Sacratus, Confessus, sed non penitens. Sacred fratricide, confessed but not repentant. Something about seeing a name from my continent, from the colonial era, made it feel suddenly real. I wondered who this person had been, what had driven them to such an act, whether they'd truly found peace in absolution without repentance. I didn't realize I was reading aloud until I heard my own voice in the dead air of that room, speaking the name syllable by syllable. The sound seemed to hang there, not quite fading, as if the silence was absorbing it. I stopped immediately, heart racing. Monsignor Bellini's warning echoed in my mind, never aloud, but the damage, if there was damage, was already done. I waited, listening, but heard nothing. Just that oppressive, deliberate silence. I told myself it was fine. One name, spoken accidentally. The ritual was meant to be performed with all the names, in a specific chapel, on a specific day. Context mattered, surely. I was being superstitious. I finished cataloging by 9 that evening, locked the storage room, and returned the keys to Monsignor Bellini's office. I went home to my apartment near the Vatican walls, ate a simple dinner, and tried to read. But I kept thinking about that name, about the notation, confessed but not repentant. What kind of absolution could be granted without repentance? And what did it mean that the person had returned in 1983, 36 years after their absolution? I fell asleep around midnight, exhausted by questions I couldn't answer. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke to knocking, not the knock of a neighbor or a delivery. This was measured, rhythmic, deliberate. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. It came from my apartment door. I lay in bed, disoriented, listening. The knocking repeated, 3 and 3. I got up and approached the door. My apartment has a security viewer, and I looked through it. The hallway was empty, but the knocking came again, so close I felt the vibration through the door. Who's there? I called. Silence. Then, in a voice that sounded like it was speaking from a great distance or through water. Do you remember me now? My mouth went dry. The voice wasn't speaking Italian or English. It was speaking Igbo, my mother's language, which I rarely use in Rome. Who are you? I asked, also in Igbo, though I don't know why I responded. You spoke my name, the voice said. For 47 years, I was forgotten. Absolved but not forgiven. Erased but not released. And now you've called me back from the place where the forgotten wait. I stepped away from the door. Through the viewer, I could see nothing, but I heard breathing now, wet and labored, as if the speaker's lungs were damaged. I didn't mean to, I said. It was an accident. There are no accidents with names like mine, the voice replied. The ritual keeps us suspended, neither remembered nor fully forgotten, held in the space between absolution and oblivion. But when someone speaks our names outside the ritual, outside the chapel, we can find our way back. We can be recognized again. The breathing grew louder. I confessed my sin, but I didn't repent. Do you know what that means? I told the priest what I'd done, killed my brother on holy ground during Mass, because he'd taken what was mine. I confessed because I wanted absolution, not because I was sorry. The church gave me mercy anyway. They erased me, sent me to the margins of memory, but mercy, without repentance, is just postponement. I pressed myself against the far wall of my apartment. The knocking had stopped, but the breathing continued, steady, patient. What do you want? I whispered. To be remembered, the voice said, to exist again in someone's mind. You've given me that. And now I can stay here, in this place, between your memory and your forgetting, until All Souls' Day comes and the ritual sends me back. Unless, the breathing hitched, unless you forget me first, unless you can erase what you've spoken. I didn't sleep that night. I sat against the wall, listening to the breathing beyond my door, until dawn came and the sound finally faded. When I looked through the viewer again, the hallway was empty. I called Monsignor Bellini. As soon as the archives opened, I told him everything. The name I'd spoken, the knocking, the voice. He listened in silence, his face growing pale. Go to the chapel of the forgotten, he said. Now, I'll meet you there. The chapel was exactly where he'd described, in the East Wing sub-basement. Accessed through a corridor I'd never noticed before. It was small, perhaps 4 meters square, with a single altar and no windows. The walls were bare stone. There were no decorations, no images, no crosses, just stone and a small tabernacle containing the Eucharist. Monsignor Bellini arrived with the eighth ledger and two other priests I didn't recognize. They didn't introduce themselves. We'll perform an abbreviated version of the ritual, Monsignor Bellini said. It's not All Souls Day, but this is an emergency. We'll read the names from this ledger only, the one containing the name you spoke. It should restore the balance. The ritual took 3 hours. The priests read each name in Latin, slowly and clearly, while I knelt before the altar. When they reached the name I'd spoken, the one I won't write here, I felt something in the chapel shift. Not a physical sensation, but a spiritual one, like pressure releasing. Afterward, Monsignor Bellini walked me out. The name is forgotten again, he said. You won't remember it by tomorrow. The ritual ensures that. But Samuel, he placed a hand on my shoulder. You can't work with the registry anymore. You've been marked by recognition. If you encounter those names again, the same thing will happen. Worse, perhaps. I was reassigned the next day to the ordinary correspondence section. I don't work in index anymore. I don't go near that storage room. But sometimes, in the early morning, I wake at 3:17 and hear breathing outside my door. It's faint now, distant, like someone calling from very far away. And I realize that I can't quite remember the name I spoke. Monsignor Bellini was right about that. The ritual took the memory, but I remember that someone was there. That someone was forgotten and absolved, but not repentant, and that I called them back. I remember the weight of their presence, the wet sound of their breath, the way they waited in the space between my memory and my forgetting. The ritual keeps them suspended, Monsignor Bellini explained later. Forgotten, but not fully gone. And every All Souls Day, a priest must read their names to maintain that suspension, to ensure they stay in God's memory while fading from ours. I think about those 4,000 names, and how many of them confessed but didn't repent. How many are waiting in that space, hoping someone will speak them aloud and give them recognition again, even briefly. Last week, I saw a notation in my personnel file. Registry access permanently revoked. Code 17, spiritual contamination risk. I'm the third archivist to receive that designation in the past 15 years. I don't ask what happened to the others. But sometimes, I wonder if they also wake at 3:17, hearing breath outside their doors, and if they remember just enough to be afraid of what they've forgotten. There are agreements older than doctrine, and some debts the Church has never been able to forgive. My name is Father Nicolai Varga, and I serve as assistant to Cardinal Domenico Rossetti, the Vatican's eldest living cardinal, at 94 years. For 8 years, I've managed his correspondence, accompanied him to audiences, and maintained his schedule, which grows lighter each year as his health declines. It's quiet work, the kind that allows for prayer and contemplation. I thought I understood the scope of his responsibilities, the breadth of his knowledge accumulated over 7 decades of service. Then, in October of 2024, he summoned me to his private chambers at dawn and told me I would witness something that occurs only twice in any human lifetime. The renewal of the harvester's truce, he said, his voice thin but steady. It happens every 50 years, on the Feast of All Souls. I witnessed it in 1974 as a young bishop. Now I must perform it, and you must witness, so that when I'm gone, the knowledge passes forward. He handed me a red stamped folder marked with a symbol I didn't recognize. Not a cross, but a curved blade. Read this, commit it to memory. Speak of it to no one until the day you must pass it to your own witness. The folder contained a single document, handwritten, in Latin, so old I had to cross-reference it with medieval texts to fully understand. It described a ceremony performed in an unmarked chamber beneath the apostolic palace, involving a bronze reliquary that must never be opened, only resealed. The ritual required the eldest cardinal, a witness priest, and 3 drops of blessed oil pressed into fresh wax while specific prayers were recited. The document gave no explanation of what the reliquary contained, only that the agreement holds as long as the seal does, and that failure to perform the renewal would result in the fulfillment of the original terms. There was no date on the document, no signature. Just a notation at the bottom in different handwriting, added perhaps centuries later, begun in the time of famine. May God forgive what was promised to end it. For the next 3 weeks, Cardinal Rossetti prepared me, not with instructions. The ritual itself was simple, but with prayers, specific prayers, he said, that had been composed for this purpose alone. Prayers of gratitude for mercy given, prayers of supplication for mercy continued, and one prayer, which he made me memorize exactly, that acknowledged the patience of the one who waits and the terms of the harvest. I asked him what it meant. He looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. Some knowledge, he said, is a burden you cannot set down. You'll understand after you witness, and you'll wish you didn't. On the night of November 1st, the Feast of All Souls, we descended into the Apostolic Palace's lowest level, not the tourist crypts or the documented archives, but a passage behind a maintenance door that required 3 separate keys. Cardinal Rossetti moved slowly, leaning on his cane, and I carried the materials we would need. Fresh beeswax blessed at dawn, a vial of chrism oil, 2 candles, and the folder with the prayers. The passage led down for what felt like several minutes, the walls changing from modern concrete to medieval stone to something older, Roman brick perhaps, though the style was unlike anything I'd studied. At the bottom, there was a single door of dark wood, bound with iron, and marked with the same curved blade symbol from the folder. Cardinal Rossetti opened it with a copper key that hung around his neck. The chamber beyond was small, perhaps 3 meters square, with a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood a bronze reliquary on a stone pedestal. It was perhaps half a meter long, ornately decorated with scenes I couldn't quite make out in the candlelight, figures in fields, something being cut, something being gathered, and on the lid a seal of dark red wax stamped with that curved blade. The seal was cracked, not broken, but fractured with age, small fissures spreading from the center like veins. It weakens, Cardinal Rossetti said softly. 50 years ago, it was whole. 50 years before that, also whole. But each time we renew it, the wax holds less firmly. One day, perhaps not in our lifetimes, but one day, it will not hold at all. He began the prayers, and I responded as he taught me. The Latin was strange, archaic, and some of the words I didn't recognize from any text, but I spoke them carefully, aware that precision mattered in ways I didn't fully understand. When the prayers concluded, Cardinal Rossetti removed the old seal. It came away easily, too easily, leaving the reliquary unsealed for the first time in 50 years. He didn't open it, but in the moment between the breaking of the old seal and the placement of the new wax, the lid shifted slightly, just a millimeter, as if pressure from within had been released. And I saw what was inside. A scythe, a farmer's scythe, the kind used for cutting grain. But the blade was wrong, too perfectly curved, too bright, despite what must have been immense age. And along the blade's edge, I could see markings, not decoration, but tallies, thousands of them, perhaps millions, cut into the metal with obsessive precision. The scythe moved, just slightly, like a breath, like something waiting. Cardinal Rossetti placed the new wax quickly and pressed his seal into it. The curved blade symbol, now stamped fresh and red, while reciting the final prayer. The prayer of gratitude for mercy continued. The acknowledgement of terms. When the seal was set, he added the 3 drops of chrism oil, making the sign of the cross over each one. "This is not a relic," he said quietly, not looking at me. "This is collateral. The agreement holds as long as the seal does." We left in silence. Cardinal Rossetti locked the door, and we climbed the long passage back to the palace. He didn't speak until we reached his chambers, and even then, only briefly. "You've witnessed," he said. "Now you carry it. When I'm gone, you'll perform the renewal in 50 years, God willing, and you'll choose your own witness. This is how it passes forward." "What agreement?" I finally asked. "What terms?" He looked at me with something like pity. "The Church keeps many secrets, Nikolai. Most are acts of mercy, protecting the faithful from knowledge that would disturb their peace. But some secrets we keep because we are ashamed, because what we did to survive, what we promised to end suffering, cannot be reconciled with what we claim to be." He wouldn't say more. He dismissed me with a blessing, and I returned to my quarters as dawn approached. I didn't sleep, couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that scythe, those countless tallies cut into impossible metal, and I kept thinking about the document's words, begun in the time of famine. At 3:17 in the morning, I woke from a dream I don't remember falling into. In the dream, I stood at the Vatican walls, looking out at the piazza, and in the shadow of the colonnade, patient and still, a figure waited, tall and thin, wearing the simple clothes of a medieval farmer. His face was hidden, but in his hands he held nothing. His hands were empty, waiting to receive what had been promised. I understood then, with a clarity that felt like nausea, what the reliquary contained. Not a relic to be venerated, but a tool held hostage, collateral against a debt the Church could never repay. Somewhere in our history, in a time of plague or famine or desperation, someone had made an agreement. Someone had promised something in exchange for mercy, for the end of death's harvest. And the price had been deferred, not canceled, held in abeyance by a bronze box and a wax seal renewed every 50 years in darkness and silence. The Church doesn't fear the reaper. We owe him something, and he waits, patient as stone, for the day the seal finally fails and the collateral must be returned. For the day we must give back what we borrowed, and the harvest can resume in full. Cardinal Rossetti died 3 months later, peacefully in his sleep. At his funeral, I noticed something. In the traditional prayers for the dead, there's a line asking God to spare thy servant from the harvest of the wicked. Most translations render it differently now, more gently. But in the oldest Latin, the word is specific. Messis, harvest. The same word, carved above that unmarked door beneath the palace. I am 38 years old. In 50 years, if I live, I will be 88. I will descend those stairs again, break that seal, and see that scythe waiting in the darkness, and I will press fresh wax over the bronze lid, recite prayers of gratitude for mercy continued, and acknowledge the patience of the one who waits. And every night, at 3:17 in the morning, I wake from the same dream, the figure in the colonnade, empty hands extended, waiting for what was promised. The agreement holds as long as the seal does. I pray the wax holds longer than my lifetime, but I've seen the cracks spreading. And I know how all agreements end eventually, with fulfillment, with harvest, with the return of what was borrowed against a debt we can never forgive, because forgiveness would require us to admit what we promised, and to whom and why we're still here when so many others have fallen to time's blade. Some debts don't fade with faith. Some are simply deferred, counted, and tallied with obsessive precision, waiting for the seal to break and the harvest to resume. I carry this knowledge now, this burden, and one day I'll choose my own witness and pass it forward as it was passed to me. The church endures. The agreement holds, and somewhere beyond the walls, patient as centuries, something waits to collect